Okay, must set up a meeting. Afternoon, members. Afternoon, JICS and DCS. Can we get Mr. Zikalala, who's going to be projecting?
Afternoon, Chair, and afternoon, colleagues.
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, let's start.
Are we loud? Are we loud and clear?
Yes, you are loud and clear. I'm not sure about the rest of the team.
Okay, we are in a boardroom.
Yeah, I can see you very clear. Yeah.
So all the presenters will be here in the boardroom.
Okay. All right. No, we're very clear.
And if you can allow Anvike Naika to project for DCS.
Who?
Anvike Naika. Is it A Naika online?
Who online?
Yes, Anvike Naika is online. Okay. She'll be projecting.
She can test quickly.
Okay.
She can test. Yeah, we can see it, but you can. Yeah, well, we can see it. Yeah, seems to be fine. Yeah, you can remove it, Mr. Zikalala.
We can remove it.
Yeah, we can remove the slides.
Moving.
Yeah, your audio seems to be fine for now. We don't know. Yeah, it's fine.
We just want to test if the full slide is moving.
No, perfect. Perfectly, Raja.
Thank you very much. We are taking it offline.
Yeah, we are good to go.
Thank you very much, colleagues.
Yeah, I hope your audio or on the other colleagues is as fine as yours. Afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon. How are you, sir?
I can't complain, Honorable Judge. I'm well. And yourself?
Also very well. Thank you very much. I'm logged on merely to introduce, say a few very small comments, and then introduce my colleague, Ms. Ntombi Zodwa Sibuta, who will be doing the presentation, and then the whole JICS team will be available to engage with all the members' questions.
No, thanks, Judge. But you can those opening remarks will be done to the chair. I'm just the secretary.
Yes,
I understand that. Yes,
I understand it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Honourable Mr. Chair.
Recording in progress.
Yeah.
We're very pleased to be before your committee, despite the drubbing we got last time in April. We anticipate equally incisive questions this time.
No, I thought you're not going to be here today.
I am indeed logged in from abroad. I'm at a human rights meeting, Mr. Chair, but I wanted to pay respects to my colleagues in DCS and JICS and to the committee particularly. So I will only make a few comments, if I may, with your permission, sir, and then introduce Ms. Ntombizodwa Sibuta.
Okay, no, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members. I can see Professor Msimang is with us, Honorable Hendricks, and other members. Good afternoon. You are all welcome. I think it's 1 o'clock. We can start now. Today we will start with the divorce amendment bill. And then it will be followed by a presentation by DCS and then a JICS. I hope the Deputy Minister of Justice is with us. Deputy Minister, have you joined? Committee Secretary, maybe he might have received a wrong notice, the one of 2 o'clock. Can we check with the Office of the Deputy Minister? Members, you are all welcome. Yesterday, we asked Honorable Hendricks, the owner of the bill, the private member's bill, to have some interaction with the Deputy Minister. We thought that Honorable Hendricks will lead us on the outcome of the meeting. That is why we thought it would be important to have the Deputy Minister also on the line joining us. Yes?
No, I've just spoken to the DM. We thought it was 2, but it's joining now.
Okay. Can we just wait for 2 minutes?
Chair.
Honorable Ngola?
Chair, I want to apologize. I'm putting a flight now. I will reconnect at landing. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair?
Yes?
Yes, I think the DM has joined.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome, DM. Sorry for the confusion. I think you were under the impression that we'll be starting at 2. And when we spoke in the morning, I think I said to you 2 o'clock. My apology for misleading you. You are welcome. So we thought that we should give Honorable Hendricks the opportunity to explain, in fact, to talk about the meeting that he had with you, because yesterday we said that you must interact amongst yourselves and give us guidance on how this meeting is to proceed on this matter. Over to you, Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Deputy Minister and I have agreed that going forward we will have a close working relationship with the flexibility to make further amendments which will protect vulnerable Muslim spouses, irrespective of which bill the committee ultimately approves. For my part, I have been and will continue to be vigilant in respect of the definitions used. Though I don't have a quarrel if the Minister casts this definitional net wide enough to ensure that the interests and rights of all affected parties are protected. In a Home Affairs circular, which is in fact regulations, circular number 2 2023 of the Department of Home Affairs. I just want to give some context that both parties must sign that they are entering into an Islamic Sharia marriage. I'm working to provide assistance to the courts to ensure that when the parties appear in a marital dispute, the consequences of the Islamic Sharia marriage will be adjudicated in terms of Islamic law. This would mean that the parties will be able to include Sharia-based arguments in making their case before the courts. The decision will also be taken with due cognizance of Islamic legal principles. The broad aim of our approach is to ensure that the amendments do not detract from the victory the Constitutional Court has given Muslims, especially wives and children. This was notably mentioned in the dissenting judgment of Justice Musaneki years before that. Therefore, if my definition of Islamic Sharia marriage is included and the protections granted to Muslim spouses is adequately and appropriately upheld, then the fate of my private members' will be in your hands and in the hands of the committee, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of an effective, speedy, and seamless law reform process that will come to the rescue of vulnerable, affected spouses as constitutionally envisaged. The Divorce Act prescribes that a woman can also file for a dissolution of a marriage through the courts. So one may land up with a situation where the talaq, it should be done, may not be viewed as necessary. My private bill is a defensive bill to prevent sidestepping of the Sharia. I think that is very important for members to reflect on, that is a strong position that I have, that while wives and husbands have access to the divorce court, they must not sidestep the Sharia by not going to a, let's call it a Muslim personal law tribunal like the MJC or one of the other 100 dispute resolution structures that the Muslim community has. Chair, it may be important to mention that we support and advocate for an approach that will see the courts as a last resort. The primary vehicle and first port of call to address disputes in Islamic Sharia marriages should be through alternative dispute resolution structures.
Honorable Hendricks, I think let's approach it this way. I think the first issue is to deal with the outcome of the meeting. Then if after that, then we can, on our deliberations, go into the details of the bill. So we, yesterday we said that yourself and Honorable Deputy Minister, you should meet and give us a way forward. I think if we can focus on that, then if a need be, then we can come back to the details of the content of the bill.
I agree, Honorable Chair. So in summary, myself and the Minister agree that we will go out of our way to work together.
Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Mr. Hendricks. Yeah, I thought it was a positive and constructive meeting. My understanding, though, was that we would be focusing for now on the department's bill, which I think you're meant to have public submissions on tomorrow. We acknowledge that Mr. Hendricks has done a lot of work on the divorce amendment bill, and he's played an important role in driving it. There were two issues that we agreed we would particularly engage on, which were of concern to Mr. Hendricks. and that was the one he's mentioned of the definition of a Muslim marriage, which we don't, well, we've got a sort of shorter version. His is more defining or not, or mentioning Sharia concepts, that we would engage though on what would be the best. We note his concerns and understand them, but we would engage particularly on what is the best definition of a Muslim marriage in the bill. The second point then was the issue of which he'd spoken about yesterday, of extending the application of the bill. In both the bills, although they're in different sections, the department's bill has a application clause. There's application of the bill to 2014, I think, which is when the Women's Legal Centre launched the case. There has been a submission from the Women's Legal Centre themselves about bringing that date later. And I think their proposal is 1994. When we were discussing it last night, Mr. Hendricks had said that he'd had some suggestions that it should even be before then. So that was an issue he'd raised, particularly on the application of the bill. And we've said, look, we would like it to apply to as many people as possible, but we just need to look at whether there are consequences to moving it earlier than 2014. So my understanding was that those were two particular areas. Obviously, there would be a close working relationship with Mr. Hendricks and Al Jamaa on the bill, but that for the moment we would be working on. He's not going to withdraw it as yet. He wants to see, correctly so, what's going to happen, but that we would be working on the department's bill, which was introduced in terms of the court order, which referred to the President, Cabinet, together with Parliament, needing to correct this issue. So that's my understanding of from last night. I hope Mr. Hendricks is in agreement with that.
Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you, Chair. That is largely the way the discussion went. And the first prize I told the Deputy Minister was that the Cabinet's bill should be withdrawn and that my bill should be proceeded with. But we will leave it in the hands of the committee to decide. And I won't have a quarrel with whatever decision the committee makes. I don't want to go into why I say that my bill should get preference. We have debated that yesterday very thoroughly. And so whether it is my bill or the Cabinet's bill or the Deputy Minister's bill, I am prepared to work very closely so that the best interests of Muslim wives and children can be served. So I try to reach a situation where we will tell the committee that myself and the Deputy Ministers agreed that either bill number 1, number 2 has been withdrawn, but the Minister still had to consult lawyers with regard to the issues that I've raised. So we couldn't reach a definite decision. So I'd like to apologize that we are now leaving it in the hands of the committee to decide whose bill goes and whose bill stays. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I think we have had an opportunity to listen to both the Deputy Minister and Honorable Hendricks. The floor is yours. Honorable Hendricks and Deputy Minister, will you be adverse to a suggestion that says, since there seems to be, maybe I must reserve my, and because I was talking because there was no one taking the floor, let me recognize Honorable Janji.
No, Chair, I want to thank both Honorable Hendrik and the Honorable Deputy Minister. I think so that we were able to move. I suggest that we work on the department bill and consider all the issues that whether it's gaps that might not be there that are raised by Honorable Hendricks to the best of our ability. And so for me, that would be the best way to work on it.
And there is a firm suggestion on Honorable Janji that we work on the department's bill and try to work on the issues that Honorable Hendricks has also raised. I think they will be covered even in the public hearings. He will be here to argue his points. So we will try to a situation where we ensure that there is greater fusion amongst the two bills, but the working document be that of the Department of Justice. Honorable Nivot Jochen.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to everyone. I only raised my hand to say that I agree with the Honourable Janki and the way that you concluded about fusing the two. I agree with that as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Hendricks.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, before the committee is not the department's bill. Before the committee is my private member's bill. And I expected that the department, like you said yesterday, will now give a response to my briefing. And now I see you're jumping the gun. You are now talking about the department's bill, and they had their chance 2-3 weeks ago. So I just thought I'll raise that because it doesn't sound right.
Are you done, Honourable Hendricks?
Yes, I am, Chair.
No, we're trying to take forward the discussions as both of you have reported, yourself and the Deputy Minister, following logically from your discussions as to what is the way forward. Because even if the departments can respond, which we have no problem with it, but we will still have to come to this question ultimately. So if you feel strongly that the department must respond, it's fine, it will respond, but the question will still be put as to which bill do we proceed with.
There are merits, Honourable Chair, in what you are saying. So I don't have a quarrel with it because it may just help us reach some sort of way forward before the committee, the department responds.
Yes. So you would want the department to respond?
No, we can proceed along the lines you suggested, because after that it may put the department in a better position to respond.
Okay, Honourable Maseko Tshele.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good day, colleagues, and the DM and the team. Chair, I think my view is that the fusion is going to take place, whether which one we are going to opt for. This is what we wanted to avoid yesterday. And you know, I was thinking that can we have a way forward and just give the department an opportunity to present as planned, and then the issue of which one we will consider after. Tomorrow we are going to have the presentations, public having to comment on this, and then thereafter, Chair, we will come to this point. For now, can we have a way forward on this one? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The way we had designed the process was that by the time the public hearing starts, we should be clear which bill are we proceeding with. And my understanding from the presentations made today is that there is a general agreement on the context of the bills, and except that the department's bill does not go far enough as far as Honorable Hendricks is concerned, which could the bill, we can take the executive bill, and then to the extent that Honorable Hendricks is not satisfied with particular areas within that bill, he will be free to make his views known and try and persuade the committee, because we're still going to do clause by clause after the public hearings, and there will be deliberations, and Honorable Hendricks is also a member of this committee. He will try to persuade so that we, especially on the times, whether it's 1994, pre-1994, the definition of a Muslim marriage, all of those issues. I think those are the issues that he thinks are not properly covered in the executive bill. And I mean, even in our report, I think we should make it clear that Honorable Hendricks and Al-Jamar have made a significant contribution to the development of the bill. He is acknowledged, but generally the two bills, more or less, there are a lot of overlaps, and to the extent that there are differences is on those two areas. Honorable Hendricks, Honorable Chair, is that an old hand or a new hand?
It's an old Chair. I was just saying, okay, Chair. Thank you very much for the explanation.
Thank you. Honorable Hendricks, is that a new hand or an old hand?
No, it's a new hand, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. Chair, Honorable Chair, I'd like to make the work of the committee a bit easier. And I am, like I told the Minister last night, my first option was that we have a joint bill, and he wasn't sure of the rules. Well, the rules will allow it. Secondly, I told him I'll withdraw my bill, and I'll tell the committee tomorrow I'm going to withdraw my bill. But then we would like the definition which is in my bill to be agreed to. And I don't have a quarrel if the minister wants to further widen that definition, so long as the four elements in my definition are included. Secondly, that we agree on the backdating, and the Women's Legal Center have given some guidance. I would actually like one of the members suggested that the backdating must be as far back as possible, so that any Muslim wife who's still living can approach the divorce court for relief. And thirdly, so I don't have many demands. My third demand, or let's say my third request, is that there must be provision in the amendments that Muslims do not bypass the Sharia, that they first get an annulment from a Islamic alternative dispute resolution structure before they approach the divorce court. Because like I said yesterday, even if they decide to bypass Islamic Sharia and they go to the divorce court, and the divorce court annuls the marriage, for example, they are still considered to be married in the eyes of the Muslim community. And we don't want that to be on the head of this committee. So I've been very reasonable, Honorable Chair. When it comes to the registration of Muslim marriages bill, I withdrew my bill. And now I'm prepared to again withdraw a bill after spending R500,000, on costs and time and money and resources and public participation. We prepared to withdraw our second bill. So what I'm asking is not much. And that's why the committee must try and persuade. You talked about persuasion, that we must persuade. The committee must persuade the Deputy Minister and the Cabinet that my requests are reasonable. I'm not an unreasonable man. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, before I allow Honorable Judge, I think procedurally, what we can be able to agree to is that your issues would be considered, but it would be wrong procedurally to agree definitely on something when we have not even had public hearings. I think we would be part of when tomorrow we're starting with public hearings, because even if we were to take your bill, for example, still those issues will still need to be ventilated. The public would need to comment on those issues, and then there will be deliberations, whichever bill we're going to proceed with in any way. So the issue is that it would be difficult procedurally to agree to definite issues. We can agree for those issues to be put on the agenda, to be ventilated, to be subject to public hearings and then deliberations, and that is where persuasion comes in, and then we and then we vote on those issues. So I would generally procedurally is that we can agree that those issues will form part of the issues to be discussed and to be discussed when we deliberate on the bill, and possibly if they are raised by public hearings, the department will have to respond to those specific issues raised in the public hearings, and then we come back, then we deliberate. Honorable Judge and Honorable John Jeffrey, Deputy Minister.
No, Chair, I think you have read my mind, so you have assisted me in the sense that as a committee, this is not a stage for deliberations. We're not deliberating on the bill, whether it was the bill of the department, of the private member's bill. What the content of the bill is subject to public participation. What we are trying to do here is address a process and a framework of ensuring that what goes to public participation is inclusive of the issues that have been raised. No decision can be taken on us on any of those content matters. We'll come to that point after listening to the public in terms of what their views are, and then we'll deliberate as the committee have always done. It's done like that. There's no other way, and we can't change that process. Otherwise, if you do that, we're then inviting whatever product that we're going to come up with, that it could be a product that could easily be overturned based on how we have approached and we have attended to that process. And so I still want to then go back and say and maintain, Chair, that we've listened and we appreciate the work that has been done by Honorable Hendricks. We've listened and we are saying we're embracing, we're open to, in one pot, all of those issues to be in, and the public must be given an opportunity to have its say, with later as the committee, including Mr. Hendrick, are going to deliberate. And therefore, whatever we table to Parliament would have gone through the normal processes that we have to do. I don't think that we should delay this any further in that regard. Otherwise, if we don't do it that way, we are starting a wrong precedent. And we're starting that at the end of our term. It can't be done like that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And public participation is it's a strong requirement of our constitutional democracy. Members of Parliament can't go to public hearing process with closed mind. So we have to be open to be persuaded, also take views from the public. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of what we discussed last night, I mean, obviously the bill is with the Portfolio Committee, so it's the Portfolio Committee that makes the decision. From the first issue of the definition of a Muslim marriage, we are not, as the department, I was going to say married, but we're not committed to our definition. We hear what Mr. Hendricks is raising, and we note his definition, and we note what he's saying about the importance of referring to Sharia and the four tenets of Sharia. So we're open from our side to engaging and finding the best legal definition of a Muslim marriage. So it's an openness we discussed. I obviously could not make any commitments, an openness to discussing it. I believe we are both committed to, I mean, both Mr. Hendricks, Al-Jamar, and the department are committed to ensuring that the Constitutional Court judgment is implemented as far as in this case, the Divorce Act, and we both want the best bill in terms of assisting the most people affected. So it's a commitment to engaging on that. That's what we'd said. And then on the second part, personally, I think it would be good if, I mean, both Mr. Hendricks' bill and the department's bill referred to a cutoff date of 2014, which is in the judgment, and that's why there's a lot of similarities with the bill. Is the bills are both based on the same judgment and the same order, and the date of it taking effect from 2014 was when the Women's Legal Centre started their action. I've seen in the submissions, and I don't know if they will be presenting tomorrow, that they're now proposing we go back to 1994. And then, as I said, as Mr. Hendricks has raised the issue, or he'd raised the issue of, well, what about further beyond that? If we say the cutoff is 27 April 1994, what about women who may be getting divorced post 1990? I mean, who were married before 1994. So it's obviously something we would be sympathetic to. We just need to look at what are the consequences. But it's an openness to engage on the issue, and those engagements are obviously there would be the public inputs, and then both Mr. Hendricks and I can engage on those issues, and both Mr. Hendricks and the officials and myself can engage on those issues before the committee, and then
Chair,
ultimately the committee makes the decision.
Chair.
At the point of order.
Yes, but he's concluded, because I think he's now leaning towards the content, and we're saying we're not in that space yet. So please, I just want to ask that so that we stay on the process here.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Honorable Tanche, for that. Honorable Hendricks, so I suggest that we proceed, and the way we proceed is as follows. If I heard you correctly, that you have no problem of withdrawing the bill as long as your issues are going to be considered when when the executive bill is proceeded with, which is going to be starting tomorrow with the public hearings, and also will be part of that as a member of the committee, and will be part of the deliberations, and you are going to ventilate all the issues that you would want to appear on the bill, and the report going to the House it would also indicate the important role that you have played and the fact that the two bills were not generally far apart, and that there was a lot of overlap, and that is greatly to your contribution. But we need to proceed because we need to have a basic document that we will need to work from. So trying to manage the two issues. One is to emphasize your role as a member who has raised the private members bill. There is a bill already on the that is from the executive, and the bills are not far from each other. So it is easier to find, in fact, to combine that into one bill. So if I understand you, is that you have no problem, but these are the two issues that you would want to be covered. In fact, for now, that we will be considering for a decision after public hearings and the deliberations. Will that capture what you have wanted to put to the committee?
That is correct, Chair, for summing it up. A framework is obviously very important to assist with going forward, but it's not two issues, it's three issues. It's also the fact that there needs to be assurance that in the amendments that Muslims won't bypass the Sharia prescripts by getting their marriage annulled by Islamic Religious Authority.
Yes, so no, those issues you will be able to raise them, and the three issues. Mr. Zenzile, you are helping us. Those are the three issues that you would want to persuade the committee and even the public, because they'll be making presentations tomorrow. So that, in fact, what we commit to doing is that those issues you will have space from tomorrow as we are proceeding with the bill to have those issues ventilated. So
that is correct, Honorable Chair. I thought I already persuaded the committee.
No, we have persuaded the committee that those things will be considered, but we cannot override the process, which includes public participation.
No, I understand, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. So, members, let me just put it formally. Is there an objection to the withdrawal of the bill, private members' bill, by Honorable Hendricks, taking into consideration all the issues that he has raised? None.
No, Chair. We support the process. There's no objection.
Thank you very much. So now the bill has been, in fact, the bill has been withdrawn, but all the issues that Honorable Hendricks has raised will be taken into consideration in the bill that will be before us from the side of the executive. And also we would also in the report place it on record the role that he has played. Honorable Deputy Minister.
Yeah, Chair, look, not to speak for Mr. Hendricks, but I mean, just from the discussion last night, my understanding was that the bill would stand down. I mean, firstly, Mr. Hendricks, it's not for the committee to withdraw a bill, it's for the member who introduced it. And that the bill, Mr. Hendricks's bill, would stand down for now while we engage on the department's bill, and then if he's satisfied, then he would withdraw it. Otherwise, he may want to take it up with the committee. That was just my understanding. So I don't know if it's correct for the committee to decide his bill is withdrawn when it's actually up to him to withdraw it, and that could come later. Sorry if I hope I have things up.
Yeah. You are taking us back, Deputy Minister. Honorable Hendricks has agreed to withdraw the bill.
Okay, fine.
Thank you very much. And yes.
Only be withdrawn if I communicate with the speaker. So I agree with the Deputy Minister. Maybe it must just stand down just to make sure we don't create unnecessary problems.
Okay, stand down. Okay, it's fine. No, let's proceed, members. Thank you very much, Honorable Hendricks and Deputy Minister, for assisting the process, and for members who have made contributions. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next item. Before we proceed to the next item, which will be DCS, we have an apology of the Deputy Minister, Wolomisa, who is attending a funeral. Yes, so he will not be with us today. Also, can I be excused at 4:30? The committee will have a right to elect an interim chair until we conclude. Any other apologies? Committee Secretary? Honorable Deputy Minister?
No, Chair, it was just to ask if you're going to be dealing with DCS, if I can be excused. I can't really stand in for Deputy Minister Holomisa because I don't have responsibilities for DCS. So I don't know if anybody thinks I should stand in for him, but if I can be excused when you go on to that item. Thanks, Chair.
No, I think it would have been better if you said you want to be excused, because if it was Parliament and there was no minister and deputy minister, it was going to be difficult to say why you must not answer questions. But it's a debate for another day. You are excused.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, members.
Yes, can we have now can we invite the Commissioner of Correctional Services, Commissioner Tobachale, and also acknowledge the judge, the inspecting judge, who is with us today, Judge Cameron, and all the officials of the Department of Correctional Services and JICS. You are all welcome. Over to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me pass my greetings to the Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the inspecting judge and colleagues from JICS and colleagues from the department. I am connecting from Vryheid Correctional Facility, Honorable Chairperson, so I thought I must just indicate that. Hence, you see the background. We appreciate and welcome the opportunity to present to the Portfolio Committee the annual report of the Department of Correctional Services for the financial year 2022-2023. I request, through your permission, Honorable Chairperson, that the Chief Deputy Commissioner responsible for strategic management, Mr. Katenga, and the Acting Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Marumule, takes the committee through the presentation as prepared and submitted. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
National Commissioner, sorry, I lost you a bit.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, I was indicating that I request, through your permission, that the Chief Deputy Commissioner responsible for strategic management, Mr. Katenga, and the Acting CFO, Mr. Marumule, present the report as prepared and submitted to the Honorable Committee.
No, thank you very much.
I see now. they have flighted it on the screen, Honorable Chairperson.
But I must indicate that they have 60 minutes. So they must not take us line by line. We have read the report. We have also received a briefing by the Auditor General, and there was a briefing also led by the Minister and Deputy Minister. So don't go line by line.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee. I will be taking the meeting through, if we go to slide 2, items 2 to 4, where I'll be giving an overview of the performance and the audit outcomes. And then I'll hand over to the CFO who deal with the PFMA compliance and the financial statement items. I won't deal with part A because that is standing information that I'm sure we are all conversant with. And I'll start on page 8 of the presentation. I'll be giving an overview per program, which would represent performance across the value chain of the department. We would just like to note that we have reduced security incidents over the MTSF period by ensuring that we have effective implementation of prevention strategies and conducting security awareness sessions and also operational visits. If we look at the area of escape, we've managed to reduce them by 90 from the financial year 2020-21, where we had 117, and in the current year where we had 27 escapes. Just to indicate to the committee that of the 27 escapes that occurred in the current financial year, there were 24 re-arrests, which represents 90%. And 70% of those re-arrests were actually done within a period of 5 days of the incident. Also to note is that injuries that have been reported as a result of assault have also reduced, and that is also significant, where we've got from 5,699 in 2020-21, we've reported 3,754. Moving on to the next slide, just to note that again, because of the security awareness sessions and ensuring compliance with security prescripts, the incidence of unnatural deaths have also reduced over the period, and that has registered a reduction of 5. Moving on to the incarceration value chain, slide 10. Just to indicate on the overall that as at the 31st of March 2023, we had an overall population of about 157,000, of which 101,000 were sentenced offenders, and approximately 55,000 were unsentenced. And if you look at it, the largest of the population, or the largest distribution, is in the Gauteng, or 24%. Followed by the Western Cape with 18%, and the third largest population in KZN with 16%. On slide 11, where we are looking at the figures of overcrowding, we are saying that over the period 2021 to 2022-23, there was an increase of about 16,000 inmates within correctional centers, which resulted in the closing figure of about 157. And this increase being about 11.43% over the three-year period. But the majority of that 11.43% increase was experienced in the last financial year, 2022-23, where we saw the increase going up by 9.7%. In the last financial year alone. So we saw overcrowding levels escalating from 32% to 46% at the close of the financial year. However, in the advent or after the financial year, there was the special revision which the Minister did make mention of in his overview. And that has resulted in relieving the pressure on the system with at least 15,000 offenders benefiting from the remission. And as of that, we have the overcrowding population having dropped from 46% back down to 38% as at the 10th of October. If we move to the next slide, it will follow that the increase in the prison population or the increase in the inmate population is driven also by remand detainees, where we've experienced high increases in the Free State Northern Cape, where they increased by 33%. In Gauteng, also 33, and the Eastern Cape at 27. In the Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest region, we've seen a decrease of about 8.1% in the remand detainee population over the period. In terms of the efforts that we have put in place to manage this population, the department submitted about 19,800 referrals to court under Section 63A of the Criminal Procedure Act, and of that 19,800, only 4,300 were successful. So quite clearly, our efforts in that regard are not necessarily reaping the benefits that we would want. If we go to the program rehabilitation, that's slide 13, focusing on correctional programs. We have had 84,400 offenders who have correctional sentence plans, who have completed correctional programs. Just to indicate that under correctional programs, all the targets were achieved for the period. If we go to the skills programs, we had 16,500 offenders who have participated in long occupational skills programs, and 14,500 offenders who have participated in short occupational skills programs. And in addition to this, we've had 7,000 offenders who have participated in private college programs with community colleges. In terms of partnership with the National Skills Fund, we've managed to provide accredited training to 5,400 offenders across all the regions. And a total of 4,281 offenders have attended accredited training programs in 2021-22, and that we've had an additional number of 402 offenders who were trained in 2022-23. Just also to note that in terms of skills programs under this sub-program, all the targets were achieved for the period. Moving on to the formal education, still under the rehabilitation sub-program on slide 14. We have had 8,233 learners who were enrolled for various education programs, so adult education and training, as well as grades 10 to 12. In terms of the national senior certificate, the grade 12 pass rate has also improved for the past financial year. We experienced a pass rate of 87% as opposed to 77% in the prior financial year. It's also worth noting that the enrollment and the pass rate have also increased over the period. We also want to show that the bachelor pass rates have also increased by 56%. So we are doing rather well in that area. If we move on, under the rehabilitation program, we have the self-sufficiency and sustainability framework, which was approved in March 2021. And this program has been introduced with the aim of reducing costs within correctional centers to generate revenue for correctional services. I think Minister alluded to the savings of 372 million that have been achieved by the program so far. and we do articulate the various production that has occurred within our agricultural environment. I won't go through the details as they are there, and the committee have been through them. But just to indicate that we are also investing in capacity to increase agricultural production under the self-sustainability framework of the department in order to register more gains as we go forward. If we move on to slide 16, under social work, psychological and spiritual care. On the social work element, we had 117,999 offenders, families and probationers who have been exposed to social work services, which is an improvement of 21,000 when compared to the 2020-21 financial year. With the enrollment or the assistance of community service psychologists, we have managed to achieve 52,058 total of the inmate population who have benefited from psychological services, which is an improvement of 7,731. With regards to spiritual care through the various partnerships as articulated, we have also managed to register 238,000 inmates who have received spiritual care services, which is an improvement on the 217,000 which was registered in 2020-21. Moving on to slide 17, which is the sub-program care. Just to indicate that the department continues to render primary healthcare services to offenders, and as such, the offender viral load rate has been maintained at 97%, as well as the TB cure rate at 97% as well. In terms of screening of inmates for diabetes and hypertension, 73,000 and 68,000 offenders have been screened respectively for both. We also have managed to achieve the target of the issuance of specialized diets, and that is also because of the screening efforts that are being rolled out effectively. Under program 5, which is social reintegration, we'll move to slide 19. We have 218 community corrections officers which manage to support and serve the communities of parolees and probationers. And we still maintain a 99% level of compliance with conditions of placement on parole. Further to this, in terms of the restorative justice program, we have an increase of 18,121 victims and 5,545 offenders, probationers and parolees participating for the financial year. We also had, we managed to appoint 88 auxiliary social workers who have assisted in the tracing of victims to participate in the VOD and VOM programs. Out of 875 economic opportunities that have been made available, we have had managed to achieve an employment of 943 parolees and probationers for the period. We also continuously work on strengthening relationships and partnerships in driving our social reintegration framework. And I think slide 20 to 22 under significant events articulate the various achievements in those partnerships or the various engagements along those, but I will not go through that detail. The next section I'll be going to is just a high-level articulation of the audit outcomes, where I'll go to slide 25, where we just want to indicate the improvements that we've been making in terms of reducing the number of audit findings, where you'll see on the table there in 2018-19, we had 204 findings with a qualified audit outcome around issues of commitments and irregular expenditure. And we have managed to reduce that over the years. Where now for the 2022-23 financial year, we're sitting on 108 findings with an unqualified audit report for the past 3 years. So there has been significant improvement in that regard. In terms of the areas where there were findings, maybe just to indicate on slide 27 that in terms of non-material audit findings, these mainly resulted from human factor weaknesses rather than system and process-related weaknesses. However, in contrast, the material findings came out of issues of internal control systems and processes. And there were also material findings that were issued on irregular expenditure, splitting of orders, 30-day payment, conflict of interest, and issues around the IT environment. In terms of the material findings on slide 28, the first was around procurement and contract management, where there was deviations from quotations and competitive bidding processes. Around irregular expenditure, it was around the issue of splitting orders. On the material irregularity, that was around one item or one incident where the department incurred interest on a court judgment where the payment was not settled within 30 days, and which resulted in an interest payment of about 1.1 million. And then under conflict of interest, there were 5 instances amounting to about 1.3 million that were identified. As we indicated that in terms of IT governance framework, that was not rolled out to enable business to deliver value and improve performance were key issues that were also raised under material findings. However, in addressing these findings, we go to slide 30, where on the issue of addressing the matter of expenditure management and irregular expenditure, the department has put in place a project management office, which basically has a panel of service providers who will assist the department in terms of putting together contracts that would maximize on the volumes and economies of scale to reduce the cash outflows with regard to procurement on perishables, non-perishable issues around coal and cleaning materials. This project management office has been effective from August this year. So we should be able to realize those gains as we go forward to the end of the financial year. In terms of the SPM functions, we are in the process of filling those positions, and there are currently 46 posts that have been advertised and are in the process of being filled. In terms of investigating irregular expenditure, all cases are investigated in a timely manner and finalized in terms of legislative requirements. And action has been taken with regards to the MI, or the material irregularity, where the matter has been referred to the state attorney to just give an opinion based on the outcomes of the investigations that were conducted by the department. And also the department has put in place measures to detect and circumvent officials from directly or indirectly conducting business with any organ of state. We move to slide 31. Financial disclosures are also imperative, and where financial disclosures are not done in the prescribed timeframes, action is also taken by the department. In terms of managing contracts going forward, there are also interventions that are being put in place to oversee service providers to ensure that they are delivering in terms of the requirements of their contracts. And also the last item there, the department will also expedite resuscitation of IJS projects to ensure that the initial benefits that were envisaged when these projects were initiated will be realized. Moving off the issue of audit outcomes, we now go to just the highlights of the program performance information. We'd just firstly like to indicate that with regard to the strategic plan targets, which are the 5-year targets of the organization, we are actually on track on 6 of those indicators. And it is only 2 of our indicators where we are behind, which is to do with on slide 36. Oh, sorry, yeah, slide 36, where we are looking at the percentage increase of offenders under the system of community correction. I think that indicator would assist in alleviating the overcrowding within correctional centers, but also just ensure that more people are serving, or those who are deserving and of the relevant levels of risk, serving their sentences within communities. However, direct sentencing into the service, into community correction is an area where there's still traction that needs to be gained by more collaboration within the cluster. The other indicator on the 5-year strategic plan, which is on slide 38, which is behind, is on the IT project. However, there are various interventions that have been put underway in order to speed up the rollout of modernization or the modernized technology environment for the department. Slide 39, and I am drawing to the close of my part of the presentation. Out of the 44 performance indicators for the 45 indicators for the financial year, we didn't achieve 6, of which 5 of them are under program 1 and 1 under program incarceration. The indicator under incarceration, which was not achieved, is the one on overcrowding, but we have spoken to that in detail when we are looking at the incarceration value chain. If we look at the performance indicators under program 1, I shall get to those shortly. Slide 40 just indicates that we have achieved 87% of our predetermined objectives or performance indicators. Just to quickly go to the items that we didn't achieve on. Under program 1, which is on slide 45, the percentage of investigations finalized for reported allegations, we missed the target of 70% by achieving 67%, but this was because of being unable to finalize cases in the last quarter, because we did, there were 3 investigators who exited the department. So there is an effort to fill those vacancies to ensure that going forward, we do also improve on systems to ensure that we are more efficient in finalizing those cases. On the employment equity side, under HR, the target for women at SMS level was also not achieved. That's mainly due to there were more exits at an SMS level of female officials than those that were included. So there are recruitment processes that are still underway at an SMS level that seek to address that. On slide 46, there was the indicator under finance, which is not an ongoing one because Treasury has granted the department permission to retain revenue from the self-sustainability program. So this indicator fell by the wayside during the year and became redundant. So it's, as I say, it's not one that will reoccur going forward. And once again, on slide 47, around the IT environment, that procurement issues have delayed the rollout of integrated security solutions as well as the in rollout. However, as part of addressing the integrated security issues, we have partnered with the Department of Justice and participating in one of their contracts that will assist the department to improve performance in this area through to the period 2025. So we could see an improvement in that area. Then my last slide, which is slide 50, which just looks at our progress towards the MTSF indicators. All the MTSF indicators are under the program social integration, where we're measuring the percentage of parolees without violations, as well as probationers, and the number of victims who have participated in restorative justice processes, where we have noted that there is achievement in all those areas. Chairperson and members, I'll hand over to the CFO to take us through the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, CDC. Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson, Judge Cameroon, Honorable Members, National Commissioner, and colleagues that are on the platform. I'll start with slide 95. Slide 95 demonstrates the irregular expenditure that has been confirmed and incurred in the 22-23 financial year. That if you compare the two previous financial years, that in the previous financial year we've incurred 946 million, and then in the year under review we've incurred 194 million, which is almost 80% of the reduction. Even though, Chairperson, we're not where we want to be as a department, looking in terms of where we come from in the 2020-21 financial year, there was a moment where we had an irregular expenditure of 1.4 billion. And in terms of to deal with the 194 million, the CDC has indicated in terms of the measures that have been put in place to prevent this particular continuous splitting of cases and incurring of irregular expenditure. Moving to the second part of the pie chart, which talks to the investigation. I think, Chair, you might recall in the previous financial year, we had a paragraph where the department failed to investigate the cases, specifically under irregular expenditure, which we have corrected that under the year under review, where we have appointed investigators to deal with this particular matter. So to increase the investigation process, we have capacitated this particular space with the intention that this particular financial year, we want now to reduce the irregular expenditure register, which will bear the result in terms of implementing and speeding up the consequence management and also reducing the irregular expenditure. And as the Chair might recall that in the presentation made by AG on Tuesday, they further indicated that we have indicated that we prioritize the high figures within this particular register so that we can reduce the 6 billion amount that is sitting on the expenditure, which is as far as 2011-12 financial year. Moving to the next slide, which is slide number 96, I'm just going to be short detail that as a department, we have done good in terms of preventing the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We saw that the controls are working to an extent. Moving from the previous financial year, we had 75 million fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and in the year under review, we have 969,000. And in terms of the investigation of this particular fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we have combined that with the irregular expenditure, and then we run in those particular processes parallel. Moving to the next slide, which is slide number 97.
Hello.
Slide number 97 demonstrates the unauthorized expenditure that was incurred by the department in the 2015-16 financial year. Safe to say that in September, we have presented this particular matter to SCOPA and we requested the condonement of the 121,000, and we're waiting for the SCOPA results so that it can be out of our books. Moving to slide number 98, that the department under the losses were incurred under vehicles, the damages of vehicles to the value of 37 million. And what we have put in place as the department now, which is the process we're dealing with National Treasury under Contract Article 46, is now to try to manage the vehicles in terms of putting the tracking system, improving in terms of the issue of the trip sheets and also the kilometers traveled, so that we can be able to manage this particular damages or to reduce this particular expenditure that we spend in terms of the damages of vehicles. Moving to the next slide, which is slide number 99. I'll quickly speak to the issue related to the payment of invoice. That in the year under review, we've received invoices, 209,000 invoices to the value of 9 billion, which they were paid within 30 days, which was 98%. However, we had 1.6% that we could not pay within 30 days, which is to the value of 759,000. And what we're doing there, we're finalizing our invoice tracking system process so that we can be 100% compliant and deal with the 1.6% of paying suppliers within 30 days, as it is the treasury requirement. Moving to part F, which is the financial information, I'll quickly move to slide number 101. Safe to indicate that out of the 26 billion allocated to the department, the department have spent 99.60% of this particular budget, which resulting to 106 million of underspending. And also safe to indicate that if we look at the spending patterns of the department in the previous financial year, we are not where we want to be, but we have registered an improvement in terms of ensuring that we spend our budget as allocated and achieve the targets and the APP as we have budgeted for to do so. And under the very same slide, I'll talk to paragraph number 4 in terms of the interest amounting to 3.1 million incurred as a result of arbitration. Just to indicate that this particular interest is not interest that are constituted by the staff in terms of not complying with payment of suppliers within 30 days. It's interest that we pay based in terms of the judgment outcome. Moving to the next slide, which is slide number 102, just to indicate at a high level in terms of the performance of each and every program based in terms of the budget allocated to the department as of the 31st of March, and also to demonstrate in terms of the environment that we have indicated, just to indicate that this particular environment, we had to indicate it and balance back to the program where we have overspent or underspent. I'm not going to go to each and every sub-program under slide 103, then I'll jump to slide 104. Just to indicate under slide 104, what I want to share with the committee is mainly just to indicate the current cost drivers that constitute to the department to be able to be financially strengthened, specifically under program administration, that we've got fleet services, and we also got inventory, fuel, oil, and gas. And as the challenge that we're facing in the country, that the issue of the gas also includes diesel, that we also utilize during load shedding and so forth. And then also the issue of travel and subsistence based in terms of the nature of our department and the work that we're doing. But we've also issued the financial circular in the moving forward to be able to manage our travel and subsistence and try to, that colleagues that must travel is colleagues that indeed supposed to be able to be traveling. Then I will move to slide number 106. Under slide number 106, quickly I will talk to the issue of the, I think this is paragraph number 2, which is the payment of capital assets, that even though we have registered the lower spending than projected. As a department, we have now looked into, which is challenging, we are challenged by the DPWI processes, but we further went out of the way and then deal and also request actually implementing agencies, DBSA and IDT, to be able to assist us to deal with the issue of the capital. We are strained, Chair, specifically under the issue of the increased municipal tariffs. I think the challenge that we are facing is like the municipal tariffs will increase, but however, the budget that will be allocated is not in line with those particular percentage of increase. And then we find out from the unit we have to pay the municipal services, and then we grappling with that. And Chair, as you might be aware that also that these days, if you don't pay, you don't get the services. Moving to the next slide, which is slide number 113, which talks about the National Scale Fund, just to indicate that in the year under review, the department has spent 2.5 million, and we also have out of the 6.5 million, but the Department of Education granted us an extension on the current agreement up until March 2024 to be able to spend the expenditure. Moving to the last slide, which is slide number 115, just to indicate to the committee that in terms of our estimated collection under revenue, out of the 163 million, we've managed to collect 148 million, which we had an under collection of 14 million due to the factors indicated, the i.e. of fines and penalties and so forth. And lastly, under paragraph number 3 of the slide is that the revenue generated through the offender labor, as CDC has indicated in terms of the performance under the slide in terms of what we did not achieve, that the 100% that we collecting during the 2021-22 is also actually reflecting on the AE and E. I'll stop there, Chairperson, and thanks for the opportunity.
National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. That is the submission that we would like to make to the honorable committee. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Members, that is the presentation from the Department of Correctional Services. Any questions or comments? Honorable Jele.
No, I just need.
Yes, Honorable Jele, Honorable Nuvo Tuchan, Honorable Engelbrecht, Honorable Ramolubeng, in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. And then also let me welcome the presentation. Thank the Commissioner, Deputy Minister in absentia, and the Commissioner and the team chair. We just want to say, Chairperson, at the beginning, just there is a good work that we see progress, Chair, on many areas of the department's work, but there are still other things that maybe they still have to look into, but we need to commend Chair and also give recognition where the department they have done good. Chairperson, for example, there are some reductions that we note. Firstly, Chair, on the issues of outsourced services, we note a reduction of from 984 Chair plus a million Chair in 2021-22 to currently Chair, the reduction this year they are standing on 83 131 million. So from 984 a 9 million chairperson to 83 chair, there's a serious reduction there. They've done a good work. We just want to comment them, chairperson. We note that. And then also on the issue of reduction, also on the fruitless wasteful expenditure chair, from 77 million, is it 7 million chair plus, and also this year they are standing on only 953,000. We just want to commend them, Chair. They are doing a good work. We just want to acknowledge that as the committee, Chair. And then now I want to come to the question on we are noting, Chair, the lack of alignment between expenditure and performance on a number of programs, Chair, here. The first one, it is on the allocation here, you find that the department, what allocation is this one? Okay, it is on incarceration, Chair, program. On their allocation, you find that they spend 99.5%. But Chair, they achieve on their, in fact, on the expenditure is 99.6%, Chair, but they record the performance of 57. And then also even here, Chair, on top, on which one is this one? I see they must explain, Chair, as to on their 100% spend of its allocation budget, they achieved also a 57% of the targets. So we see at this juncture, Chair, when it comes to the alignment between their expenditure and its performance. So if they can explain that, Chair. And then I want to go also on the issue of the increase on the inmate population, Chair, which is 13,883. So I wanted to find out that increase, Chair. Can we have the department maybe give us categorizations as to which crimes that are accommodated in this increased inmate population? Chair, even though they are doing very good, but we are not happy on this issue of faltering on the 30%, 30 days payment. We must say it to upfront, Chair, that they need to improve on that one. It is important that they need to make sure that they look at that one, Chair. I think it is also the area that it must be closely monitored, because it is these small companies that suffer mostly on this one, Chair. So if the department can also improve on that one. The last one, Chair, I wanted to find out from the department, there is no indication as to the claims against the department, Chair, which were paid in this year. this year under review, Chair, there are no claims paid in 2023. And I just want to find out from the department as to if there's any, maybe they have not reported, if there's any that they have paid, how much, Chair. I think I will pause there, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Niyovotrohan.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to everybody. Thank you to the department for their presentation. I have a few questions. I'd like to add to what Honorable Jele said with regards to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure for this financial year I'm talking about now, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. What are the details with regards to that? What was the items that is part of that? And then my next question with regards to losses. I see you mentioned in the slide losses through criminal conduct, but there's no detail. What is the follow-up in terms of that? What is the consequence management that the department is doing in terms of that? Then the unspent, you mentioned that there was underspending. What were the reasons for that? It only indicates that there was under expenditure, but there's no details. Then human resources, people with disabilities, I see your target is 0.81. Your target is set and achieved is 0.84, but the public service requires all departments to meet 2% target. So why is your target so low? Even less than 1%. Why is that the target for the department? Why is it so low? And I would like to go to the number of unsentenced inmates. 55,870. As far back as when do these unsentenced inmates go? And then also, has none of them ever come before a court? None of them of the 55,000, over 55,000. Just wanted to clarify whether they've been to court, have none of them been, and as far back as when. And then I think it's the last one, Chair. I will also ask JICS, but I think this issue did come up before, but I would just like to know why it keeps on recurring. The department says unnatural death, 42 out of over a lot of inmates. Then JICS said it's 101, which is quite a lot and almost more than double than unnatural deaths that the department reports on. So why is there a discrepancy between the numbers that has been a recurring thing and it's never the same? So it's still there, and especially, it's more than double that JICS reports on. So I wanted to know from the department, first of all, what they say with regard to that. And yes, that is it. I think it's all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the department and National Commissioner for this presentation from their side. I got quite a number of things I want to go through, but let me start with the easy one. to give praise where praise is due, and that is in terms of the self-sufficiency and sustainability program that's running in our prisons. I think it is really commendable. It's great work and a great initiative, and I really hope that there are plans to expand and intensify this project, because we know and we have seen in the past prisons work where prisoners work. Now, the other stuff I want to get to, the prison overcrowding, and we've seen now that the sentence remission that was done on the 11th of August, but the problem in overcrowding is not situated in our sentence prisoners. It's the constant inflow of remand detainees and the very slow trickle of outflow of remand detainees in the system, that I think is where the crux of the problem lies. And unfortunately, it is not a thing that the Department of Correctional Services can address, because as everyone knows, the department receives remand detainees and they must house them. However, I believe that the Minister Lamola has it in his power to solve this problem rather quickly. It's just that he needs, I don't know why he doesn't do it, but in any case, in terms of the strategies that are at the disposal of correctional services, clearly it's not working. I'm talking about bail protocol section 63A of the Criminal Procedure Act, 63(1), and then section 49G of Correctional Services Act. I think maybe we should take or the department should consider a different approach, because as we saw now, the returns on those efforts were negligible, and we need to deal, as far as the department side can, with RDs there being a constant inflow and a lack from from justice to sort out the huge number of remand detainees that we have to sit with. In terms of this remission, I just want to know, was there planning, a lot of planning that went into it? Because from where I'm sitting, lots of people were dumped on the street and they were destitute, because we saw an increase in demand in homeless centers in all metros across the country, which is from these people that were released. And I'm just afraid that, they are bound to recommit crime. I mean, they have nowhere to go. Families don't want them, and no hope of them finding a job. Was there reintegration programs run with these people, and did they finish their rehabilitation programs? Because it looks to me as if this thing was sprung on correctional services and they just had to comply, which obviously is going to lead to a bigger problem further down the line. Then, like Honorable Maseko Jele said, I would also really like to know if claims were paid out, how much, because if that amount that was given to us were the interest, I would like to know what the claim was. Then, in terms of your human rights, the human resources, last year there was cost-cutting measures in place, and then we had a discussion about how things would be done to try and get more work done by fewer people. But now, recently, Treasury gave out a directive or in a letter with regarding to cost-cutting and the filling of vacancies that needs to be halted. I just want to know what impact will that have on the department. And then the irregular expenditure and the investigation backlog. Now, we are dealing here with a lot of money. I would like us, just the department, not broken down in different years, what's the total amount of investigations or the amount of money involved in the investigations that we sit with a backlog with? And then also something that was not mentioned in this document, but it came out in the Auditor General's report. It's the question about accruals. Now, I understand it's mostly between state departments, but accruals can creep up on you and have a devastating effect on your next financial year. So I just want to know, is the department ready for that, and do they have plans in place to deal with the accruals that amounts to quite a substantial amount of money? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Ramulubia.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon to colleagues and honorable members. Chair, you'll mind my voice. I'm recovering from a very bad flu, not yet out of the woods. Chair, some of the matters that I wanted to raise, my colleagues would have touched on them. But however, I have also, like Honorable Engelbrecht, quite few matters or issues to raise. Chair, let's firstly congratulate the DCS, as indicated by Honorable Jell, on the reduction, especially on the wasteful and fruitless expenditure, from 75 million in 2021 to 953,000. So this is quite a milestone, and we hope they are able to further deal with wasteful and fruitless expenditure, or make sure that it declines even further from this, and we don't have it when they come before the committee. Might not be us next year, in 2024, but the team that will be in place. Chair, again, congratulate the DCS on the reduction of escapes as reported, compared to 2020 and 2021, having 117, to this current financial year having only 27. And we pray and hope that the 27 that would have been escaped, by now there would be a conclusive report of some being able to be detained back to prison. Chair, I'm a bit worried about the overcrowding. It has since increased from 32% to 46%. It's quite worrying, and at least Honorable Engelbrecht was able to be elaborative on that. I would leave it at that, Chair. Again, another worry is on the reported injuries or assaults that are happening within facilities in our centers, including those misconducts. They might be minor, or the number has reduced from 5,699 to 3,700. It's still a lot of number. It's still 3,000. It's a lot of number. I would urge the department to work on this. The center managers to put tight control so that we're able to mitigate this, so that it does not end up in loss or any death of any inmates. Chair. Chair, let's equally congratulate the department on reaching its 11 targets it set out, but equally for them not being able to meet the 3 targets that they would have set out. My worry would be on the IMS system, since the target has not been met. What is the core issue for the target not being met? 1, and 2, we know there's a dispute with regards to the service provider in this matter. Has the dispute been resolved with the service provider? If it has been resolved, what is the rollout plan for the IMS system? Chair. There's about 12 correctional centers, and this we got from the oversight visit. I think we were in Tswelopele when we got this report in the Northern Cape, that the Northern Cape, when they receive bulk services, when there is an issue with regards to maybe maintenance matter that requires to be done in centers around, the bulk work or the bulk of their services that requires to be done in their centers in the Northern Cape gets to be outsourced in the Free State. Did we manage to look into this matter so that we're able to look for service providers around? There was an issue to say the service providers around in the Northern Cape, others or bulk of them are not qualified for a particular work that needs to be carried out in those centers. But have we zoomed into that matter to make sure that we do find those who are qualified? And does this not have dire impact on escalated prices in terms of quotes that those service providers coming from the Free State would quote? For instance, if to fix an oven it's around 100,000, wouldn't we get around 150 to 180, bearing in mind that the service comes from 300 kilometers away from us? Chair, another one would be the integrated security system, the ISS, which is it's another target which was not met by the department. What becomes a plan to make sure that in the next financial year, that target gets to be met, especially bearing in mind that this poses a security risk or a security threat in our correctional centers. For example, when we had an oversight visit in Zanini Correctional Center, the systems were not working. So they were using the manual system to operate. What is the status quo right now of that center? Vis-a-vis, Chair, when we were in Tswelopele, I'm not sure whether it's Tswelopele or the Kimberley Correctional Center, they will correct me. We have the system working efficiently, working well. It was easy to move around. And this is the center that we had one of the women who is in the health department who would have complained about a senior official in terms of abuse. So I'm not sure whether it's Tswelopele or Kimberley. Those who were with us on those oversights would be able to tell. The systems were working efficiently and work vis-a-vis what we would have seen in Zanini, Chair. So I would want a clarity on the status of Zanini currently now with their systems and an overall of their own systems in making sure that they do reach their targets as one of those that have not been met. Chair, there is another part of the accommodation of officials, which when we would have done oversight, would have intercepted, and one would have been Tswelopele and Zanini, that these 2 correctional centers do not have officials, do not have accommodation for officials. And therefore, officials would need to travel. So on an issue where there would be emergency in those centers that requires officials to come quickly, in these 2 centers would be a total different matter, because officials would need to travel from their homes to the center. Do we have a plan to mitigate this, to make sure that possibly in the 2023-2024 financial year, we do have accommodation for the centers, or is there a plan in place that already has started in making sure that the centers do have accommodation? Chair, another second last matter would be offenders participating in the occupational skills program. We've seen them when we've done oversight almost in all centers that would have gone to, but this, based on the report that we've received now, the offender participating in those skills program has decreased from 39,560 offenders that were participating in 2021-2022. We are now sitting with 16,593 offenders participating in this financial year, which means it's a decrease or a decline of 22,967 offenders that are no longer participating in this skills program. What is the core issues for this drastic decrease or decline of offenders not participating in the skills program? Chair, the last part would be the equity plan. Honorable Engelbrecht would have made mention vis-a-vis what Treasury would have indicated in terms of the cuts of budget and to ease on filling of vacancies due to financial constraint. But I would say this, Chair, I'm quite happy with the balance or with the reporting of the equity plan, especially vis-a-vis the quota that the DCS has, which would be 40% women and 60% males, bearing in mind correctional service on its post-establishment. It's a male-dominated area. The first oversight visit, I think, was in Mpumalanga, would have gotten worrying reports on women in senior positions and especially also in administration. But I'm quite happy now with the improvement basing the report that we have. I think we are sitting at, if I'm correct, they will correct me with numbers. I did not put 59 women in senior management and then 75, which are men in those senior, out of 114 senior positions. So for me, it's quite an improvement, and I hope that we still work on that, and for that, congratulations. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members for the questions, and also for the words of encouragement. Honorable Chairperson, there are questions that I will respond to, and I'm going to, I request, Honorable Chairperson, through you, that members of the management team also assist in answering some. On the issue of the lack of alignment between the performance of the department with regards to targets and the expenditure, the targets that we did not meet, mostly they are in the administration program of the department. There's one target that is in on the core side, which is the target on overcrowding, and that target demands that we tighten security in our facilities. It also demands that we also have our security officials in correctional facilities working double shifts because we do not have the required numbers to ensure that there is adequate security in our facilities. Now that affects the expenditure levels on the side of the department, but also the expenditure is driven by the goods and services that we acquire to provide to the offenders or inmates in our correctional facilities. So the numbers are pushing the provisions that we have to provide to our inmates. On the issue of the categories of crimes incorporated in the population as it increases, I request, Honorable Chairperson, that we provide that breakdown. As it stands, we do not have it. We can work on it and submit it to the committee within 7 days, or with the deadline that the committee would direct us to. The faltering on 30 days payment, yes, it is a worry on our side, in as much as we have improved, but we wouldn't want to be sitting with invoices that are not processed, especially where there is no dispute. This question is also linked to the accruals. The percentage of expenditure that we have recorded is also informed by the fact that we did indicate to all the units in the department that anybody who's going to be found sitting with an invoice of the previous financial year that then encroaches into the budget of this financial year will be disciplined. That has helped us to increase the number of invoices paid within 30 days, but also ensure that we reduce on the accruals. We are not there yet. We would want to ensure that all invoices are paid, and we would want to reduce accruals to zero when we close a financial year. On the claims that were paid against the department, or legal claims, I have just requested the Director of Legal Services to put together the information, and before the end of the meeting, we will provide the answer to that. The acting CFO can also assist in that regard, but I thought that if I go directly to Legal Services, they will be able to provide that. Honorable Chairperson, that takes care of the questions that were raised by Honorable Masiko Jele. If one moves to the questions that were raised by Honorable Nivo Dregens, I will request that the acting CFO deals with the details on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, reasons for under expenditure. There is also colleagues from remand detention, whom I will request they deal with the issue of unsentenced inmates. How far back have they been, and have they been before the court? We have this information, Honorable Chairperson, but I'm not sure if colleagues can present it now. We gave this analysis to the JCPS cluster because for us, one of the issues that was worrying us is where you will have a remandee in our custody, but you still find subs still doing investigations. So that remandee will be in our custody. Obviously, they will not be going to court, but subs will be continuing to do investigations. So we do have that information. It's available. If colleagues will not be able to speak to that, we will also be able to submit it to the committee. On the statistics for unnatural death, the difference between what we report and what JICS report, the DC, the CDC strategic management has a comprehensive response to that. Honorable, on issues that were raised by Honorable Engelbrecht. Yes, we agree, Honorable Chairperson, that the remand population impacts on overcrowding. Also, the sentenced population, especially because in terms of our current profile, we have more of offenders sentenced for longer periods. So also when we check, especially the current annual report that is under consideration, we have seen the parolees population decreasing, meaning that we have more new sentenced and they are sentenced for a long time. So the period that they spend in our correctional facilities will not will contribute negatively with regards to our population continuing to be static and not decreasing because they don't qualify for parole sooner. On the issue of remission, yes, there was planning. The remission process, the planning started in April, and the remission happened in yes. Before a release is effected on the system, the offender would have provided an address that is confirmed, and also the support system would be confirmed. So far, we have not recorded offenders that were not released to a confirmed address. There will be instances of those that do not have, but we are directly linking them to halfway houses because that is the only place where we can release them to. And those are offenders that would have finished their sentence, who would have reached their sentence expiry date. So lawfully, we do not have a basis to continue to accommodate them in our correctional facilities. What we then do is to make it a point that at least they are halfway houses, and we work with those halfway houses to make it a point that we provide them with support. The filling of vacancies, yes, the announcement of austerity measures will affect the filling of vacancies. We have made a submission to National Treasury to indicate which are critical positions and that we would want to continue filling those, including at an SMS level. And for us, those that are critical have to do with correctional programs, rehabilitation, but also unit management in our correctional facilities, because if our units don't have managers, then there's no supervision where it's needed most. And then we will have security incidents increasing. The post that we also submitted includes posts where we do not have area commissioners or heads of centers. Treasury has responded to us by indicating that we need to proceed, but in terms of the austerity measure circular, we are supposed to get permission from the Department of Public Service and Administration. We are putting together a submission to DPSA for us to get a go-ahead. We have also made a submission to National Treasury that according to our performance and according to what we submitted as budget needs, we do not see any item where we can be able to cut. And that is a discussion that we are still having with National Treasury. We are at the moment trying to resolve that issue, and we do not see any space for us. We don't see any item that we can cut from. Hopefully, National Treasury will be able to guide us on that one. On the issue of accruals, Honorable Chairperson, I did answer it earlier on, but I need to indicate that yes, we are ready to deal with it. We will ensure that the department always finds itself at a healthy financial position to deal with any financial claim that is imposed on it. It's a matter that the AG has flagged with us, and we have developed a plan, and the acting CFO can elaborate on that in terms of how we're going to deal with the issue of accruals. The issue of INS, Honorable Chairperson, we had the teams of lawyers from both sides, the department and the service provider, working on a solution, and that did not succeed. The dispute is back on arbitration, and we are awaiting a date from the arbitrator for us to appear before the arbitrator. The department on the other side is implementing projects to ensure that the work that was supposed to be done under INS, we provide resources from within, and we do that work. But the Chief Deputy Commissioner responsible for IT is on the platform, and he through your permission, Honorable Chairperson, can elaborate on that. The integrated security system, we are working on reviving the infrastructure that is there. There is infrastructure that was put during the time of Posasa. There's infrastructure that was put during the time of Sondolo. We currently having implementing a program to revive that infrastructure as the department and continue to maintain it. So there are facilities where we have activated ISS. It is a program that is capital intensive, and we are activating within the budget that we have. We also have a comprehensive report on the ISS that we can provide to the committee, because it is updated on a monthly basis. The acting Deputy Commissioner facilities is also on the platform. The issue of accommodation for officials is a worrying issue, because it also compromises them with regards to their security. They are threatened out there by those that want to smuggle into our facilities. We do not have enough accommodation. The accommodation that we have is not in good condition. And again, it's a capital-intensive program. We can only be able to build more if we have a budget to do that. The budget of the department has been cut over the years, especially the infrastructure budget, because of non-performance of the Department of Public Works. When Treasury wanted to effect cuts, the first item that Treasury went to was infrastructure. That has led to a situation where, at the moment, if we are to plan to build accommodation for our members, it would be to the bare minimum. We are currently looking at seeing how we can collaborate with the Department of Human Settlement and municipalities and see how we can take advantage of the Human Settlement Program to see how we can establish a program to build mixed housing units for our officials closer to correctional facilities. And that's why we are trying to rope in municipalities that have land next to our correctional facilities. It is a program that is at a conceptual stage, because we're discussing to see if we can't at least prototype with one or two municipalities. If that works, that will really assist us. But at the moment, we do not see any headways when it's coming to improving on the accommodation of our officials. So we have our own projects that we implement at a very small scale with the building teams in correctional facilities, where we try to improve on the conditions by fixing through day-to-day maintenance. But with regards to maintenance that would address current structural problems, we are really struggling with that part. On the issue of skills development program, Honorable Chairperson, I request that colleagues from incarceration and corrections address the issue. Dr. Plachis, I'm definitely sure she's on the platform. She'll be able to talk to the figures, the decrease from 39,560 to 16,593. Honorable Chairperson, that is the input that I'm submitting to the committee, and I request through you, Honorable Chairperson, that other members of the team, starting with the CDC strategic management, going to the acting CFO, going to colleagues, to the Chief Deputy Commissioner responsible for IT, and then the colleagues that are responsible for incarceration and corrections, to provide other answers where one was not able to provide. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, National Commissioner. Can members, the members identified, try to be concise?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. In the boardroom, we have the CFO, the CDC, JICS, and other colleagues that the Commissioner has assigned to respond. So they will do so in the order that is indicated. On the performance information question, I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Naika, who is responsible for strategic planning, to respond. After that, to hand over to the CFO, and then we'll follow the sequence from there.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, National Commissioner CDCs, and also the observed. In terms of the performance-related questions, I'll start with the one first on alignment between expenditure and performance. So if we look at the performance for the financial year, you will see that our program rehabilitation, care, and social integration achieved 100% of all its targets for the financial year. And in terms of expenditure, it was 99%, 100%, and 100% respectively. So there's very close alignment between those three programs, between performance and expenditure. Then when we go to program 2, we actually noticed that the only target not achieved in program 2 was on overcrowding. All other targets were achieved. So I don't want to delve into the reasons for non-achievement, but so it was just one target of program 2 not achieved. Then when we look at program 1, that's where most of our constraints occurred. Although we spent 99% of the budget, there were 5 targets not achieved in program 1, as was explained. Most of them are from the IT side, which CDC was discussed, and it was one of HR on the recruitment, one of finance, and one of investigation. But most of them relate to a lack of capacity within the department that we are trying to address. And CDC teacher, I think, will elaborate on the ones of ICT. Then when we look at the topic or the performance on people with disabilities, so yes, Honorable Member of the Portfolio Committee is correct. The target is 2% as set by the Employment Equity Act. But in terms of when we look at our historical performance as the department going back to 2018-19, the department achieved only 0.75% of people with disabilities in that financial year. And over the 5-year period, we've increased very, very slowly from 0.5 to 0.7. We then regressed to 0.6. In 21-22, we were at 0.78. And we've had the highest increase between 21-22 and 22-23, where we're sitting at 0.84%. So that was an achievement for the department for this financial year, and one of the very few years that we actually achieved the target. So the reason why the department is not striving to set the 2% target at this stage is because the baseline performance is starting from a very low base. So we are progressively increasing, but we're also aware of the inherent risk in the correctional services environment that poses a challenge in terms of the department attracting people with disabilities. But the people with disability target, as well as the recruitment of females, does remain a priority in the department, and those targets are set to increase over the MCUF. Then on the issue of the unnatural death between DCS and JICS, I think what is important to mention is that as we are compiling the annual report for the JICS and the DCS, we do provide JICS with all of the data available at the end of the financial year. That data is unaudited for us until the AG provides us with their audit opinion. So JICS has various data collection methods that they use when they collect data. The ICCDs collect data at correctional centers as well. And they do not have ICCDs at all correctional centers. But on the unnatural death, or on the death overall, the JICS reports natural and unnatural deaths in their annual report, whereas we report only confirmed unnatural deaths. So we report only confirmed unnatural deaths where there's a post-mortem or a death certificate signed by medical practitioner indicating the cause of death as being unnatural. And we do have a challenge currently with the recording of death or the confirmation of death because of the high number of post-mortems that are outstanding. So if these are reporting all of those, we do not report those where post-mortems are outstanding. We report those as backlog deaths. The next question was on the assault. So on assault, I think what we must mention is that there was 5,699 assaults reported in 2021 versus the 3,754 reported in 22-23. Now, although that number still seems high, 3,750, what we must understand is that during the two financial years, we had an increase in the inmate population of almost 14,000, almost a 10% increase between the two financial years. So to see a reduction in the number of assaults, it is an accomplishment, considering the fact that while the inmates are increasing, the security risks are increasing as well. And the officials that are on the ground at the coalface are not increasing. So they are actually being required to implement those standard operating procedures and the security controls in the absence of additional capacity, whether in the infrastructure or additional staff. So in an effort to reduce that, we have set lower our targets for number of assaults over the MTF, which we're hoping will achieve, but with cross-cutting methods and over the next year, it is going to impact our performance.
Thanks, Professor Numbers. So just one question on the 27 escapes. We did indicate that of the 27 escapes, there were 24 that were rearrested into the custody of the department. So there's only 3 that are still at large. Just thought that clarity would be necessary before I hand over to the CFO.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. In terms of the claims against the department, for 2022-23 financial year, the department has paid 13,961,000. And in terms of the breakdown of the fruitless or wasteful expenditure, what formulates in most instances the 969,000 is the penalties that we incur, specifically in terms of travel, where you find out from the colleagues are missing the flight or changing the flight, and then you find out there's an admin fee, and then that we regard as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then based on the nature of the value, then we communicate with the affected parties so that they can be able to pay back this particular amount, because we don't want to find investigating such a huge amount and spending money actually on that particular minimal transactions that we enjoy each and every time when the particular incident occurs. And coming to the losses to criminal conduct, we've got a loss register that indicates different items that are stolen. Some of them are getting lost because of, but in terms of the criminal conduct from there, you've got actually your laptop, and then from the, you are hijacked, then it's been stolen, then it's formed part of under the criminal. Then the investigation, it will make a determination of liability, specifically in this particular instance. And lastly, in terms of the irregular expenditure backlog, Chair, we sitting, our register is sitting at 6.9 billion of irregular expenditure with almost 1,000 plus transactions and emanated from 2011-12 financial year. But what we acknowledge is that we realize that we're moving at a very snail pace, basically, to deal with this particular aspect. Hence, we have formulated a war room where we've got full-time team that is specifically working on this particular irregular expenditure in terms of the determination, the investigation, and also the condonement. Because we want to run this particular process parallel where we prevent irregular expenditure, we also need to reduce the 6.9 billion. So we have colleagues that are working full-time, dedicated to deal with this particular transactions and based in terms of the number of transactions in question and also the historical transactions that is. And then other questions the National Commission has covered, of course, then we'll go to my other colleagues. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, inspection that colleagues from on the platform. In terms of what we're doing while the arbitration process is ongoing, we are now in the process of upgrading the platform where the ALR system is running. And this will give us a operational efficiency. So we'll be able to enhance some of the processes in the system so that they can then allow our colleagues to, well, it will then simplify the work that our colleagues do. But most importantly is the compatibility and integration. This will enable the department to collaborate and integrate with skills, especially with the departments that are involved in the IGS system. Now, in addition to other issues on the APC, we have participated in a contract with the Department of Justice to address issues of the aging infrastructure that we have in the department. And we are now finalizing the process with the provider, and we will then start with the implementation of the project of upgrading the infrastructure. And then we also participated in the contract with the Department of International Relations to address issues of legislation that we have in the department. Towards the end of this financial year, there will be a lot of work going on that we will be able to do significant progress on the APP target development. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm acting DG Facilities. Also, good afternoon to the Honorable members and the National Commissioner. Honorable Chair, I'll be short. In terms of infrastructure facilities, there was basically three questions. The first one related to basically in terms of maintenance and the oversight visit that was done in conjunction with our executive. I think one of the major outcomes of those executive oversight meetings is that following those inspections, the Department of Public Works has devolved the majority of the day-to-day functions in the Department of Correctional Services. So we did receive a letter from the Department of Public Works where they devolved most of the day-to-day maintenance, and I think that will enable us going forward to do a combination of in-house projects with our artisans, but also to outsource some of these functions. So in terms of that, I think that is one of the positive outputs that came after those inspections. But also subsequent to that, Honorable Chair, is that we have approved the National Commissioner and also the Department of Public Works. They just approved the day-to-day delegation, the increase from 100,000 per incident to 1 million rand per incident. So that will give us leverage from the Department of Correctional Services to do our own maintenance projects. But in terms of the maintenance, we also, when we did the analysis in terms of the contractors, especially in the Northern Cape, we found the crux of the problem is actually where office work waited for the infrastructure to dilapidate, and then they try to source quotations from contractors. And if you look at the Construction Industry Development Board, the grading, then you set up a situation where we don't have the bigger companies, especially in the remote area. So as the Commission already indicated to me, there's a lot of emphasis on day-to-day maintenance, and I think that is the solution going forward, that we're going to concentrate on day-to-day maintenance and maintain these facilities before it gets to a state of we need to implement the refurbishment project. So I think that was a positive outcome following those inspections and oversight visits. Then, Honourable Chair, in terms of integrated security systems, as already indicated by the National Commissioner, I think he already gave an overview, but I can just report in terms of integrated security systems, we have appointed contractors to maintain existing infrastructure, but also to look at the upgrade of outmoded infrastructure. For example, as the Commissioner indicated, we have Condolo and Bostata systems that are analog systems. So at this stage, we have implemented contracts at Kopstad and Weni Supermax. We've implemented a contract at Kopstad, Medium, Pietermaritzburg, Kuala Kapucha. Twelepele, as indicated by the Honourable Member, Twelepele is one of the flagship projects that's up and running. Twelepele, Zanin also indicated, I think one of the questions related to Zanin, we have implemented the maintenance contract. We have a contractor on site. The control rooms, all the pneumatic doors are currently functioning. The only outstanding matter at Twelepele is the outer perimeter fence that we're waiting for space in terms of the vibration sensors there. And also we've implemented a contract at the North End and also at Standerton, where we have contractors on site. And then over and above that, especially with regard to the outmoded systems, we have implemented also contracts at all our medium facilities, all our facilities, Johannesburg, medium A, B, C, FEMO, Posimapuzo, and one center, we have implemented a contract as a contractor on site. All your correctional centers that fall under Westville management area, we have a contractor on site. Mzintu also falls for all 4 centers that fall from management area. We also have a contractor on site. Kroonstad, there's also a contractor on site with it's a 3-year contract, and they're busy with the repairs and renovations of that automotive system. The same at Goodwood, Waterby, Groenpunt, Harry Smith, and then also at Goodwood and Barberton Medium. So in terms of ISS, I think there's a lot of improvement, especially in the current financial year with the implementation of maintenance contracts there, but we're still looking at the other centers where we still need to roll out some of these projects. And Honourable Chair, in terms of housing, as the Commissioner indicated, we're looking at alternative procurement strategies and partnerships to see how we can address this challenge. In terms of the NIM, I think that was also one of the questions. We already assigned that project to the Department of Public Works. They finalized the environmental impact assessment. So we're just busy with the design stages so that single courses will be constructed on existing plots. And in terms of Twelepele, that was also one of the sites that was referred to. We have identified a land adjacent to the Twelepele Correctional Center, and we're currently busy looking at the procurement strategy. But when we had a discussion with the Department of Public Works, they're actually looking at the government housing precinct that needs to be constructed at that site. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, committee members, National Commissioner.
Yeah.
I am in classes. I am responding on the question of skills development. Indeed, we have occupational skills, long occupational skills, the duration being 1 month and longer, and we have short occupational skills.
To the mic, Ali.
Apologies, Chairperson. I think I'm closer now and more audible. I was saying that we have long occupational skills, duration of 1 month and longer, And indeed, for all our skills programs, we are dependent on our external partners. And in the case where we had those many offenders, 39,000, if I can take the committee back to the impact of COVID, due to the fact that it was long skills, we had quite a number of offenders who could not complete, firstly due to hard lockdown, and when we came back with smaller numbers. So we then actually started that year with a backlog. So the 39,000 was actually partly those offenders who were unable to complete in the previous financial year due to COVID-19, and we had to fit them into that year where we had 39,000 offenders participating. So that was basically the reason why in that specific year we had 39,000, but in the year under review, that is where we had the 16,593, which is our usual realistic number. But that year we were just really trying to accommodate those offenders so that we did not disadvantage them due to the result of COVID-19. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chairperson and honourable members, I think from the colleagues around the table, those are the responses that we have. But we would be directed if we have omitted any responses. Thank you, Chairperson.
National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Those are the submissions that the department makes on the questions that were asked by honourable members. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, National Commissioner. I will now invite the chair of the subcommittee to give us a way forward, his overview and way forward.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Maybe just upfront to indicate that one would indulge you to be lenient to some of the suggestions that one would like to make and in assistance of the committee. Having been part of this process and listened to this presentation, you've indicated since Tuesday that you are on our last laps of our term, and therefore it does require that, and you would have mentioned the important issue of us having what we call legacy and handover report. I therefore want to use this opportunity, Chair, to then go towards that direction. I think the National Commissioner would have raised a number of things that he would have loved that the committee is appraised of, though today is not for that. And I think maybe our suggestion might also assist him in that regard. And maybe just a bit of a context so that we understand this. The presentation by DCS and what is happening in terms of the issues of overcrowding does reflect, because DCS becomes the last mirror, it does reflect the state of the high levels of crime in society. And so these would be issues beyond their control. They need to deal with some of the things that they need to deal with, but the fixing of the situation has to go beyond them, and we hope that very soon the situation will change. But Chair, in that regard, I would have just picked up a few 3 to 4 issues that I think would need us to effectively, what I want to suggest for your indulgence is that if you could find for us in the program of the bigger committee a session where we can invite DCS to come to us so that after that session, the whole day session actually, we should be in a position as the committee to say, this is how we're concluding this matter, this is where we are. But also it should be done in anticipation of the next processes of the strategic plan and annual performance plan. Quite a number of things here would need to be fixed at that level so that we stay away from ticking the box and just run around some of these issues. The first issue I want to start with, Chair, is the issue of overcrowding. To understand that properly, because overcrowding seems to be, and we have been dealing with for the entire term, we can make that assessment, Chair, that we are not winning this battle of overcrowding in correctional services. The report that is coming out of this annual report indicates that. And to understand that better, you have to look at what the DCS planned. They planned as part of their APP that they have a target of 32,000 overcrowding in excess of your bed space. As we speak today, or at the end of this period under review, end of March, which could be more now, the actual achievement is 46%. That really tells you that we are not winning this battle. And therefore, one would like to invite the department to go back and come back to us and table what is it that they think must be done, because what has been done so far is not yielding the kind of things that we want to happen. For example, I think Honorable Engelbrecht indicated that yes, remand detainees seem to be having a bigger number. But if you take that figure that says in the last financial year we had 143,000 across the country in terms of the population in our correctional centers, this report says that has increased, and it has increased by over 14,000. We're now at 157,000 as at the end of March in terms of that. And when you break that down between remand detainees and the sentenced inmates, the difference is not big, Honorable Engelbrecht. So remand detainees will be about 8,000, and your sentenced inmates is 5,000 plus. And which the point I think the National Commissioner was making, that because it begins to say to you there is a bigger problem than what they can deal with in that regard. And so, Chair, I think we are going to need to zoom into this issue of overcrowding. During the course of this year, we were ourselves as a committee with the Honorable Breitenbach, including inspecting judge, throwing these ideas about how to reduce this in addition to what has been done, and whether it's about bail system and so on. So that's a first point that one wants to raise, that I think it's going to be important that this issue of overcrowding, we go back to it. We then, all of us converge into the kind of discussion and ideas, but the DCS must come there presenting to us. We are saying we're not winning this battle. How do we win it? How do we change this scenario? So that's really the first issue, Chair. The second one, Chair, is in relation to this issue of personnel and vacancies in DCS. The point being made here was, for example, by Honorable I can't remember which member was raised that, but our own research in the committee indicates that we missed any targets that were set by the department in terms of the issue of vacancies. But to understand that also even better in terms of our own report, you have a situation, for example, they had about 1,354 terminations in the period under review, termination of service. Now, the bulk of that is in two categories. The first category is that one of people who are retiring. 563 are retiring, so they are old. And you can imagine in that space, you do need these ideas and energy, but 563 have retired with 400 resignations. At least in the resignations, they are less than the justice. We've spoken about that, which is over 600. But those two put together says to you, people have reached their date, they are retiring. If they are not retiring, they are leaving in droves. So the entire 1,300, the bulk of that is those two categories. And so we are going to need to hear from DCS, because these are the kind of things that they might have to think about as they go to your APPs and so on. With this scenario that is unfolding, what are the suggestions that they are putting on the table? Whether before that they meet with the minister and the DM, but as the committee, we want to hear that and make our own inputs in terms of those type of issues. As the next point, as well as the issue of the IT system, the IMS. I mean, Honorable Horn knows this more than us. He has been there before, but when we started this term, this issue has been there, and you don't seem to have an improvement going forward. If there's improvement, is very negligible, given the need for us to fix this. And you'd want to tie that with both the issue of infrastructure and your security system that we would need to attend, and for DCS to then, so that we just lower those guards, put away those defenses. We're doing this for the country. What is it that we need to do to kind of fix some of these issues? Because it's really going to be problematic to go to another term and still deal with the same issues. There doesn't seem to be any concrete suggestions to deal with some of those issues. So for me, Chair, because those are the key things that are holding back DCS in terms, because everything else, members would have indicated there's an improvement here, there's an improvement there, but those improvements are held back by these big issues that DCS is supposed to be known about, is supposed to succeed on. And it is really my interest, Chair, that we spend time on that. For example, in the same way we agreed yesterday on justice, we're going to have this session on the TRCs and other issues. I wanted to suggest the same with DCS. And I know that your program is full. If we can get that space and we plan that properly, and in the meantime, they go and do work. By the time they get into their system of APPs, they would have had the ideas and thinking of this committee about what is it that needs to be fixed and so on. And I just wanted to raise those shares. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Chair of the subcommittee, I think you have really give us a good way forward, and you are making us feel, in fact, to reflect, because if you look at the program between now and end of the year, it is really justice issues, which is unfair also to DCS, but it's not because we were intentional about it. It's the challenges that we have to finalized before, or cases that we have to finalize before the end of the term. But I think I don't think that members would really be averse to us revisiting the program and creating that particular day, so that there can be this reflection. And I think the chair of the subcommittee has already has already outlined the agenda for that particular day. If there is no objection, can we agree that the program we try to find space in the program for that particular day to deal with the issues of correctional services? For us, it would mean that commissioners, and it is not the last time we meet you. So the last day would be after that meeting, where we would have had the whole day to deal with the issues that the chair has outlined. But on my side, I would really like to take this opportunity, because it will be a meeting chaired by the chair of the subcommittee. But on my side, I would like to take this opportunity to really thank you. You have really worked hard, very, very hard. I mean, our first meetings in 2019, we were, as a committee, very worried as to how most of the challenges we are confronted with are going to be overcome. But clearly, you have clearly proved that you are up to the task. And that is why I think even the chair is able to identify clearly issues that still needs to be improved upon. It does not really mean that good work was not done, but it's always important that we must commit ourselves as a nation to continuous improvement and to try and deal with the challenges, because challenges facing the criminal justice system are huge, and they've got a domino effect on the whole of society. And that is why the chair of the subcommittee yesterday was really emphasizing the whole of society approach, including the National Director of Public Prosecution, the whole of society approach, because it cannot be that if society does not change, we will not have overcrowding. So our creativity in terms of dealing with overcrowding, but should also go to the sources of what breeds the type of society that we have. But thank you very much, and thank you very much, Chair, for the clear and forward-thinking summary. And I think you have really outlined the program that needs to be implemented by the 7th Parliament, but the work that we would need to do as part of our legacy program, which will be dealt with and be forwarded to the 7th Parliament. Thank you very much. So I guess that we will, working with you, we will try and relook at the program and create that particular opportunity.
A great share. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Oh, Mama Chel.
I was saying supported, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Can we now go to JICS?
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair. We are ready to proceed.
Thank you very much. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Our issues, they take long.
My apologies, Ajay. Please, may I ask the Secretary to allow me to share the screen?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair, through you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to say that the hardest pain JICS has suffered from your committee this year has not been this wait this afternoon. We're more than happy to have waited. We've had more difficult interactions with the committee, also duteous and rigorous earlier in the year. Honourable Chair, honourable members, it's our pleasure to present our annual report. I'm going to leave most of it to my colleague, who is the head of our regions, executive member in charge of regions. I want to make only a very few comments. The first is to thank the committee and the department for its concern about overcrowding, and your Deputy Chair, Mr. Kubidili Jainchi, has just referred to that issue right now. My comment, Honourable Chair, is that overcrowding is a condition resulting from political and executive choices. That is why what Mr. Jainchi has referred to, the reassessment of carceral policy on the part of Parliament itself, is absolutely essential. My views are publicly known and stated. The important way of reducing crime is to fix crime intelligence. There are extensive analyses by credible outside agencies that say that crime intelligence itself is riven with crime right up to the very top. And it's not going to help us to bemoan and bewail overcrowding when we can stop crime, we can reduce violent crime, we can reduce cash and transit heists, we can reduce zama-zamas, provided we are willing to go to the top. And for that, crime intelligence is necessary. Apart from that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to report that we will keep in touch with your committee about the bail fund. UCT's Bertha Institute is moving forward on the feasibility study. Particular concerns for JICS are state patients, where we have been in touch both with the Minister of Health and the Medical Ombud and with the National Commissioner. And there has been an engaged response only last week from the Minister of Health. And then we are worried about our funding and our undercapacitation, where we are engaged with the Treasury and with the Minister of Corrections, Minister Lamola. We are worried about cases of assault and excessive violence by EST, ERT members. Having said that, may I conclude with the better news, Mr. Chair, that our work has not been without some product. We are happy to say that we are moving together with the department and together with Treasury and the Ministry to finalize JICS's independent form in time for the cut-off date of midnight on the 3rd of December 2023 this year. And we are also working with the NCCS, headed by my colleague, Judge Brian Mashile. That's a new flow of cooperation. We're also working with the Department of Home Affairs on non-nationals who are being detained beyond their parole periods or beyond even their sentence periods because they have not been deported. And we are also grateful for the collaboration with your committee. For those few comments, Mr. Chair, with your and the committee's permission, I hand over to my colleague, Ms. Sabuta.
Thank you very much, Judge Campbell.
Thank you, Honorable Judge, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, the Minister and the Deputy Minister in absentia, the National Commission.
Sorry, Ms. Cupido, my apologies. I think we are left with 10 minutes so that I don't have to disrupt you. I will have to leave at 4. So I was going to suggest that an acting chair is elected now so that when you start, there are just no interruptions. Committee Secretary, you are the one who runs elections. Nani?
Afternoon, afternoon, members. Sorry for that delay. There was a glitch in network. Can we then call for nominations when the chairperson would leave at 4? Can we open up for nominations? I note the hand of Honorable Romlubeng.
Thanks, Committee Secretary. I would like to nominate Honorable Maseko Jele to chair.
Any further nominations? Okay. Is Honorable Maseko Jele on the platform? Yes. We will therefore call upon Honorable Maseko Jele to take the floor when the chair leaves at 4. In the absence of further nominations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sia. Ms. Cupido, you can now proceed. Thank you for your understanding.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Sabuta will be doing the presentation and I'll just be flighting.
Thank you, Chairperson, once again, and good afternoon to all esteemed members present here today. As indicated, I am Mrs. Sabuta, and I am honored to present the JICS 2022-2023 annual report. Our presentation is divided into 8 parts, Part A to H, covering aspects of our organization's performance and activities. As JICS Chairperson, we are committed to upholding the mandate of the organization in a transparent, fair, and impartial manner, as outlined in our vision, mission, and values. Our primary goal is to ensure the dignity of both incarcerated individuals and those responsible for their custody is protected. JICS operates in various provinces with 5 offices across 5 regions. And our head office and the Northern Management Region, which comprises of Gauteng and Elemen, have been relocated to Centurion Eco-Origins effective 1 June 2023. We do still have discussions that are underway to relocate our Eastern Cape Region office to a more suitable location, as they are currently occupying a space in the Magistrate Court in East London. The detailed information regarding our office locations is on page 125 of our report. Although our organizational structure has remained largely unchanged due to limited available posts, we have seen positive developments in gender representation, especially in critical management positions. And with the recognition of JICS as a national government component, we look forward to filling critical vacancies to enhance service delivery. JICS is committed to providing effective independent oversight of all correctional facilities managed by DCS. And out of 243 correctional facilities, 5 remained closed for renovation, or they are closed due to dilapidation during the performance cycle, while the 238 correctional facilities remained operational. But we have also noted that 2 centers, which is Geluk and Swellendam, they remained closed for an extended period, and their reopening status is still uncertain. Our diligent work has identified several trends that inform our strategic development, service improvement, and feedback mechanisms. We have identified 6 trends including overcrowding, mental illness, mandatory reporting, infrastructure, remand detainees, and lifer parole. For example, we do have centers that we conducted inspections and we are concerned about overcrowding. In Gauteng, LMN, Eastern Cape, KZN, Western Cape, Free State, and Northern Cape region. As at 31 March 2023, there were 157,056 inmates in the correctional system, consisting of 101,186 sentenced offenders and 55,870 remand detainees. We have noted with great concern that the population of remand detainees has reached its highest point in over a decade. The presence of state patients, as alluded by the inspecting judge in correctional facilities, poses potential risks to the safety of officials and other inmates. 125 declared state patients were reported. It is pleasing to note that the inspecting judge has engaged with the Minister of Health, and we have recently received a positive feedback on the interventions that the Department of Health will be implementing to address this. Also, the rise in inmates serving life sentences presents a significant challenge that we are actively addressing with the National Council for Correctional Services. JICS conducts inspections based on the National Inspection Plan, with a focus on inspecting 56% of correctional centers. Despite the challenges such as personnel shortages, we successfully conducted all 136 planned inspections during the performance cycle. Our thematic inspections and investigations, including cases of violence and corruption, they remained vital to our oversight function. A total of 54 unannounced inspections were conducted. And out of 190 inspections conducted, 15 correctional facilities were rated unsatisfactory, 147 as satisfactory, and 28 as good. And the information of the unsatisfactory correctional facilities was also shared with the portfolio committee and the department. The detailed information, it is on pages 23 to 37 of the annual report, with also case studies on the findings in those correctional facilities that were inspected. In terms of investigations, we also acknowledge the challenge of a shortage of investigators, and we rely on ad hoc investigations conducted by our inspectors. During the reporting period, we conducted 41 investigations, and we focused on cases related to violence and corruption. As JICS, we strongly condemn violent searches conducted by DCS officials and actively engage in addressing such issues at relevant platforms. Our complaints unit plays a crucial role in addressing urgent complaints, with a total of 410 complaints registered during the performance cycle. And the most prevalent complaints included inmate-on-inmate assaults and inmate-on-official assaults, among others. We as JICS continue to refine our complaint handling processes to ensure timely and effective resolution of complaints. In addition, JICS has introduced 2 new categories for this period, namely assault inmate on official, and 12 incidents were reported. The second category is self-harm, and we have received 2 matters in this category, which distinguishes self-harm from attempted suicide and hunger strikes. Mandatory reporting is a vital mechanism to prevent human rights violations within correctional facilities. We have observed, Chairperson and members, variations in reported statistics due to challenges in data reliability. And I think DC NICA did indicate the reasons why earlier. Deaths, segregation, mechanical restraints, and use of force collectively constitute mandatory reporting matters. As JICS, we remain committed to addressing these issues. Our ICCVs, they play a pivotal role in addressing inmate complaints, recording 47,238 general and urgent complaints and requests during the reporting period. Despite some challenges, they have made significant contributions in resolving various issues within correctional centers. It is important to note that budget constraints have led us not to have all correctional centers with an ICCV. And the most prevalent complaints that we received during this reporting cycle, they were under the category other, where it's comprising a number of complaints and requests that the inmates will make on daily basis to our ICCVs, and they will be resolved through the intervention of the ICCVs and relevant stakeholders. The second highest was under communication with family, and we have extensively engaged the department in trying to address this area. And also the other one is transfer-related matters. In line with the Correctional Services Act, we successfully organized and conducted visitors committee meetings. And I must say that these meetings, they provide a platform for engagement with stakeholders, discussions of inmate welfare, addressing challenges faced by DCS in fulfilling its mandate. With a total of 156 ICCVs, JICS had 35 constituted VC in all regions, and a total of 140 VC meetings were planned and conducted during the performance cycle. Apart from the VC meetings, as JICS, we also extensively engage various stakeholders, NGOs, civil society organizations who have interest in correctional matters. In terms of finance and supply chain in the organization, we, as JICS, we spent 97.20% of the allocated budget, with an underspending of 2.8%, and the underspending was due to vacant positions that were filled after 31 March 2023. But this is indicating an acceptable expenditure within National Treasury guidelines. I'm not going to detail, but you will find the detailed information from pages 122 to 125 in terms of the areas that we underspent or overspent. Our human resource efforts have focused on attracting young employees, also focused on addressing employment equity targets, and also accommodating people with disabilities. We have made significant progress in employing youth, although there remains room for improvement in the employment of people with disabilities. We do have also challenges that we experience as the organization, especially when it comes to contract workers posts that require further attention. The majority of our employees, 178 of them out of 261 JICS staff complement, they are currently contract workers. which we hope maybe when we are constituted as a national government component, this challenge will be addressed. We have made strides in providing access to our domain for ICCVs through the installation of old computers in the correctional centers to assist the ICCVs to be able to report live and real-time information. Our internal reporting system is still under development, and we continue to work on enhancing our IT infrastructure while addressing challenges that are related to network integration. As JICS, we also actively engages in media activities. We also issue media releases, and we also respond to inquiries and ensure transparency and inclusivity through internal communication channels. We have also made efforts to enhance our branding and public engagement through various initiatives, which include the launch of our Twitter account, which we have seen an increase in terms of the followers. In conclusion, Chairperson, this presentation, it provides an overview of the JICS 2022-2023 annual report, also reflecting our commitment to transparency, accountability, and the protection of human rights within correctional system. Thank you so much, Chairperson and members, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We still have, thank you very much. And let me just say good afternoon, Judge, and the team. Can I request to just close my, okay, sorry, I'm still, these computers, this iPad that we have, they have these pop-up things that are kind of disturbing. Can I close my video for this moment so that we can be able to move fast? Thank you very much, Judge Cameron and the team and the presentation. Is there anything that maybe the judge would want to add before we can give also members after the presentation?
Nothing to add from our side, just to thank Ms. Sabuta for the proficiency of her presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Judge. Can we give to our members an opportunity for questions? We note the hand of Honorable Gola. Is it Honorable Gola? For now. Over to you, Honorable Gola.
Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson. I think we listened attentively when JICS was presenting its annual report. But I think the only part that it lacks is the thorough elaboration of challenges faced by JICS. I remember at some point for a number of years, they've been complaining about issues of access to information in relation to the officials of TCS. But in their annual report now, we hear less of the challenges they have been facing. This helps us as a committee to know and understand thoroughly what kind of interventions that we can make as the committee. So I'm not sure if we should take it as that JICS in the last year.
Mr. Ngola,
review has never experienced.
Honorable Ngola, your network, they can't hear you properly. Can you look for maybe a good space somewhere there? Because I know that you are traveling. If you can check for a better space so that you can be able to finish. Honorable Ngola?
Challenges
Honorable
in
Ngola?
respect of the execution.
Honorable Ngola? No, I think the team did not hear a thing. If maybe you can start, I'm not even sure if maybe where have you maybe lost them. You can try and summarize from the beginning and then you can take it further, because I'm not sure if they heard you. Your network is bad.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now clear.
Yeah. No, I was saying, apologies for that. My network is not really good where I am. I was just saying, Chair, from what appears to be an annual report of JICS, we hear less of what are the dire challenges that they've been facing during the year under review. So it helps the committee know and construct its own program properly.
Can we find out who's that one, Secretary?
Can I continue?
Yes, you can continue, Honorable.
Apologies, Chair. So I was saying the annual report of JICS says less about the challenges that they've faced during the year under review, and knowing that they've been complaining, particularly that part of the obstacles they've been facing throughout their execution of their own mandate has been a reluctance from DCS officials refusing or evading to provide information so that they are able to execute their work properly. So I was just saying, should we take it that JICS did not experience such changes in the year under review? Thank you very much. Apologies for the network issues.
No problem. Thank you very much, Honorable Ngola. Next, Honorable Velma Newdrahan.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. Good afternoon to everyone on the platform and good afternoon to JICS, and thank you for your presentation. Just a few questions on slide 7 with regards to the organizational structure. And when we look at the ICCVs, and because of budget cuts, only 160 ICCVs, you had only 160 and 48 you don't have. So we note that it's because of budget cuts. Now I want to understand better from the organizational structure on slide 7, where do the ICCVs fit into that organizational structure? Because I don't see them there. Who do they report to in the organizational structure? And where do they fall under? So, because I don't see it, so just for me important to understand where they fit into JICS. And then I think JICS heard DCS's response with regards to the number of unnatural deaths. And I know JICS talks about that, you spoke about that previously, and the numbers are never the same. So now I believe you've heard what DCS said, that the numbers that they have on unnatural deaths is only as a result of what has been, where the post-mortems have been done, which is what they're recording, that number. But JICS records both natural and unnatural deaths. So I would like to know, from what JICS recorded as unnatural deaths, which is a very large number compared to what the department reports on, is it confirmed through post-mortems, or is that the information or the information you receive upon notice of death that you receive from the ICCVs? Why is there a discrepancy in the number reported by the department and yourselves? At the same time, I would also like to thank the work of JICS for inspecting DCS and keeping track of the human rights of inmates within every correctional facility. So thank you, Chairperson.
May we respond, Madam Chair?
No, let me just make sure that is everybody covered in terms of the questions. It seems as if I don't see other hands. But let me just add some few, because in addition to what Honorable Velma was indicating in terms of the unnatural of the death, but specifically this one on the death, unnatural deaths in Gauteng, there's an increase of these unnatural deaths under this period under review. The increase of 48 compared to 2021-22, which was 41. Maybe in addition to that, if you can also explain that, what is it that you have maybe found out, what was the cause of that, maybe when you were doing your own investigation. Two things also, Judge Cameron and the team, you made the recommendations on sexual assaults in Rustenburg Correctional Services in August 2022 to the DCS, and the other recommendations on the segregation appeal at Kutama, Sintumule Correctional Center. I just want to find out, have you made a follow-up, and those recommendations, were they maybe responded to by the DCS? That's on my side. If I can give you the opportunity to respond now in the absence of other hands. Thank you.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Ms. Sabuta to reply in a moment or two to your question, to your members' questions about the ICCDs and JICS's organizational structure and how they fit in and the lack of them. I'm going to ask Ms. Ngema, Ms. Tembelihle Ngema, who is the head of our legal, to reply on the question of the death tally. I want to just make a few a comment in reply to Mr. Mola's question about JICS's challenges and the information. There are several challenges that we do experience. The one challenge is a very serious one for the public and for your committee and for Parliament to know about, which is that since 2010, DCS has given far less information about the precise demography of prisoners, who they are, how long they've been there, why they're there. They used to give very, very full statistics and figures until about 2010, and then they stopped giving them. The reason DCS at the time, under the present National Commissioner's predecessor, was that they were going to introduce an e-correction system. And the public would have access to this and everything would be there because every prisoner admitted or remandee admitted would be uploaded and their details would be uploaded. You'd be able to look at it all. Well, it hasn't happened, very sadly. And we have been pressing the department. We don't think that something like an IT system is impossible to do. It's intricate, it requires expertise, but it's something that can be done. If one of the banks has a breakdown, there's a national outcry, and it's fixed within 4 hours. We believe that this can be done properly with proper managerial pressure on the IT section or the acquisition of appropriate IT skills. I know it's easy for me to say that, and I say that with humility, Madam Chair, because I'm not an IT expert and I've never run a department as complex as DCS, but I think this can be fixed, and it's in the committee's interest as oversight on behalf of the public and on behalf of the public and researchers as well for this to be fixed. The second reason, the second area to your member Mola, Madam Chair, where we don't get enough cooperation is on information about assaults and unnatural deaths. My colleague, Mr. Leonard de Souza, can come in here. I'm ambushing him slightly if he wishes to address the committee. Otherwise, his boss, Ms. Ngema, can explain that to us as well. But I would, having said that, I want to then turn to the question of segregation appeals. We have written to the National Commissioner. We have recommended changes in the draft bill that has already been before your committee to how those appeals work. And we've asked the National Commissioner to get his heads of centre to respond promptly, because we can't finalize our response to a segregation appeal. So we have had a response, but it's not been a satisfactory response. In short, Mr. Mola. And you asked about, Madam Chair, you asked about a sexual assault at Rustenburg Prison. I don't have the details to hand right now. Perhaps Ms. Ngema, our head of legal, has it. But we have addressed a letter. I just want to return to the question of stats. As it happens, on the basis of information that we obtained historically from Professor Lucas Munting from the University of the Western Cape's African Criminal Justice Centre, we did address a letter to the National Commission about the vital import of the statistics of everyone inside, both remandees and sentenced prisoners. With your permission, Madam Chair, and the committee's permission, may I revert to Ms. Sabuta and to Ms. Ngema and to Mr. De Souza, if he can please come in as well, if available.
No problem, Ms. Ngema.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. It's Mrs. Sabuta. I will respond on the question of the ICCVs in terms of the organizational structure as to where do they fall and also who do they report to. We've got 5 regional offices, and in each region, those ICCVs, they fall under. And in terms of reporting, they report to their immediate supervisors that we call them Visitors Committee Coordinating Officers or VCCOs, who in turn reports to the regional managers, assistant regional managers in the regions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Sibota. Can we give Mrs. Ngema?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all the honorable members on the platform. I will take the question on the numbers of natural death that does not tally with DCS, and also a response on recommendations made on segregation and mechanical restraint appeals, and also about the increase of deaths in Gauteng. With regards to the numbers on a unnatural death, the reason why our numbers are not the same as DCS is because we are reporting on what was reported to us by DCS, and DCS only report as unnatural those deaths that have been verified to be unnatural. So without us having received a postmortem in respect of those deaths, we cannot then change from unnatural to a natural death. That is where our numbers do not tally, because we will not have information saying that this death has been confirmed not to be unnatural. So that is why our numbers do not tally. With regards to the question posed regarding a response on the recommendations made on the appeal on segregation, yes, we can confirm that in respect of that one, there was response from DCS. The inmate was removed from segregation. And also what we do after we have sent the recommendation, we will ask our ICCV based into that center to make a follow-up to see whether our recommendations have been implemented or not, so that if it is not implemented, we can then follow up. With regards to the increase of deaths in Gauteng, what I may highlight, maybe I'll ask our Deputy Director of Investigations to come in as well. Most of the deaths that happened in Gauteng were suicide, either by hanging or by medicine overdose. There are incidents relating to assault or use of force, but they are minimal in comparison to suicide. So the thing that makes the deaths to be a bit high in Gauteng is due to suicide that the inmates commit inside the correctional centers. Thank you. I don't know whether, Leonard, you can just come in and add with regards to the number of incidents in Gauteng. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you can add.
Thank you, honourable members. I think the challenge with the natural deaths is only with deaths that are recorded as unnatural other. An unnatural other is where an apparent healthy person suddenly dies. Then the death certificate is then noted as unnatural. And once we receive the death certificate that says unnatural, we record it as unnatural, and then we wait for the post-mortem report. And once the post-mortem report is received and it is then changed to natural, we will change our records. Or if it is then still unnatural, we will do an investigation into the death. The issue is that those post-mortem reports sometimes take years to come from the Department of Health, and that is why we have that large number of unnatural deaths. I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give it back to our judge, maybe for closing remarks, in the absence of any questions or additions.
Many thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you also to the members of your committee for the rigor of your oversight. We believe that it's of benefit both to us and to the department. As you know, Madam Chair, we do not blame the department for public policy errors in carceral policy that are imposed on the department, but we do seek to hold the department accountable to rigor in regard to assaults, in regard to maladministration when we discover it. And we know that the committee too, in its inspection schedule, takes these matters seriously. I don't have anything more to add at this stage, except to thank the committee for this opportunity to experience its oversight.
No, thank you very much, Judge, for your last comments, and also the work that you are
Chairperson,
doing.
I'm really sorry.
Okay.
Can I please interrupt?
No problem. You can come in.
All right, so Chair, one question that I have, and I assume that it was mistakenly forgotten, was can they maybe respond via writing? The complaint that is handled by this ICCVS means of unnatural or other deaths, which was 16,000 and over. So maybe that could be responded via writing, because I don't understand. I know that there's a big number there, but to be honest, there's not much of an explanation in regards to that one. So the 16,000, there could be many reasons, but they should have reasons that's been put down, especially for that one. But that's all I needed to follow up on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Newt. Okay, something just disturbed me. My apology. Thank you, Honorable Judge. Do you have anything to say on that one before you can even wait for your written response, if any? Thank you.
Yes, please, Madam Chair, Honorable Chair. The 16,000 figure is not deaths. There has been a miscommunication for which we take responsibility. It relates to the number of complaints that JICS handles. And that gives me the opportunity to say something. I didn't want to weep on the committee's shoulder this afternoon, because all of us are working hard, and we have to work hard to make our country work. But we have got a massive, massive, massive burden of complaints, a massive burden of investigations. Mr. Leonard D'Souza, who you heard a moment ago, has got too few inspectors. We are under-resourced, understaffed. So I wanted to take that opportunity. Those are the total number of complaints that our ICCVs handle. Many complaints come to me directly and to my office, and we divide those complaints into subcategories. So I think that is the source. Thank you for nodding, Ms. Neward-Drucken. That is, so far as I know, the explanation. I'm indebted to my colleagues for swiftly passing that on to me.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Neward-Drucken, do you still want them to give you more information in future on this subject matter?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Chair, I would like to have a breakdown of the 16,000 complaints and also the subheadings or the divisions that they go under, just to have a clear understanding of what is happening from my side, because honestly, 16,000 is a very high number, but we would like to know exactly what's going on from that side.
Certainly, Madam Chair, thank you very much. It's in our annual report. I'm going to ask Mr. Buta, who manages the complaint system as executive in charge of regions, to come in with your permission.
Thank you, Judge. The 16,000 complaints that are under the category other, it is a range of complaints that the inmates would complain about, such as maybe an inmate is complaining about not having clothing, complaining about not having mattresses, toiletries, or wants to open a bank account, or want to have an ID, and so forth. So those are the complaints that we group under that category other. And I must say that it is a category that our ICCVs, they are working very hard in ensuring, because if an inmate is having a shortage of clothes, then the ICCVs will make sure that that particular inmate does get clothes. Thank you, Chairperson. I hope I have answered. I also saw, Judge, the hand of the CEO. I think maybe he might also need to add. Thank you.
No problem. He can come in.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Standing Chair. Greetings to all, and greetings to the National Commissioner and IJ. I think it's quite explicitly canvassed on page 99 of our annual report where the heading is other, and it talks about exactly what Madam Sibuta has just painted from that statistic. So it looks high, 16,000, but this is daily complaints. I don't have toilet paper. I don't have this. I need a razor blade. So these are the petty, what we would call petty complaints that we receive on a daily basis from inmates, which is recorded as the 16,054 on slide 15 of this presentation. I hope it covers it, Madam Chair, and I hope that answers Honorable Member Drachen's question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nigo Drachen, are you happy?
Yes, Chair. Thank you so much, Aldrini. I'm happy. Thank you. It was clear.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Judge, Honorable Judge and the team, let's take this opportunity to thank you for coming and making this presentation to the committee and also highlighting those issues. But what we have noted is that your relationship with the DCS has really improved since we started working with you. You are now relating, we can see when you look at this report that yes, even if there are still problems, but at least both of you are able to resolve some of the issues and then to be able to go on and with your daily works. Thank you very much. Well, I think we'll see each other when we meet. Remember, there's that meeting that the chairperson of the subcommittee has proposed. I think on that day, you will be part of that too. So you will be able to raise other issues going forward in making sure that we are going to plan for the next term, and then your issues will be covered, including this issue of draft bill to close it, your draft bill to close it, and so that you can be able to work properly in the next term. Thank you very much for coming to the committee.
Thank you, ma'am. And on that occasion, we look forward to Ms. Rommel-Beng and Ms. Breitenbach grilling us once more. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Members, can we go to the next presentation? We are supposed to be getting a presentation from the next briefing from the Information Regulator team. Is Ms. Patty Tlakula around with the team? Are they?
Madam Chair, may I humbly request that JICS be excused from the platform? With your permission,
yes,
thanks.
Thank you very much. You are excused, Honorable Judge and the team.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you. I can see that. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the team. I can't see. Okay, on my on Advocate Pence Tlakula and the team. Thank you very much for coming. I can see that the team is already plugging on the presentation. Without waste of time, the chairperson is not here. He has excused. In fact, he has some important matters to attend to. I will be acting until the end of this session. And without waste of time, I'm just going to give you the opportunity to just present your, go on with your presentation. Can I give this opportunity to Advocate Pence Tlakula as the leader of the team?
Thank you very much, Honorable Maseko Jele, Chairperson, and good afternoon to you and to all the honorable members. I'm accompanied by all the 4 members of the Information Regulator, by the CEO, Mr. Musala, Nyane Musala, and his executive team. This is how we're going to proceed, Madam Chair. I'm going to give a brief overview of the performance of the regulator for the year under review. Mr. Musala will then present the annual report, the section dealing with our APPs, and Ms. Zulu will present the financial report, and Mr. Nemasisi will present the report compiled in terms of Section 84 of PAIA. My brief remarks, Honorable Chairperson, are as follows. You will realize when the CEO presents the report that there has been a marked improvement in the achievement of our annual performance targets, especially in POPIA. You will recall, Madam Chair, that when we presented the last financial report, we did indicate the challenges that we're facing in POPIA, particularly in relation to attracting people with the requisite skills. We have been able to deal with that situation, and you'll see from the APPs that the POPIA division has been able to achieve all its planned targets. The PAIA division as well continues to perform well and has also achieved all its targets. We have beefed up our stakeholder engagement and public awareness programs. There is a concern that we are noting. We realize that requesters of information go to court to request information under PAIA instead of coming to the information regulator, particularly because the regulator offers this service for free, that requesters can come to us to request information from information holders without paying lawyers. So we need to deal with this situation, and we have strategies in this regard. Security compromises or data breaches, as they are known, this remains a big problem in our country. The numbers are rising, and we have decided to establish the Security Compromise Unit, which the CEO will talk about. You will also realize that there is improvement in the execution of our budget. In the previous year, we had a sizable under expenditure. We have been able to address this, although it's work in progress, and we have not executed all our budget. And finally, Honorable Chairperson, we want to thank the Portfolio Committee for following up on the listing of the information regulator in the PFMA. We followed the engagement that the committee had with the deputy ministers of finance and of justice. And I can report that after the engagement that we had with the two deputy ministers, I had a follow-up meeting with the deputy minister of finance, and we are hopeful that this matter will be resolved in due course. Thank you very much. With your kind permission, Honorable Chairperson, I will then hand over to the CEO to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Regulator, Honorable Chairperson of the Committee, and honorable members. I will zoom directly to our performance information that starts on page 12, rather than go through all other pages. With your kind permission, Honorable Chair. As the Chairperson of the Regulator has indicated, on page 13, if you can go to page 13. Chair, the regulator has improved its performance in the last 3 financial years. In 2020 and 2021, we achieved 62% of our annual targets. That was improved to 68% in 2021-2022 financial year. And the performance has gone up to 91% in the financial year under review. We are pleased with that performance. We still think that there's a long way to go. This performance of 91%, Chairperson, is broken down into the number of annual targets that we had. They were 34, we achieved 31, and we did not achieve 3. So that translated into a performance of 91%. We're also pleased, Chairperson, to report that our core divisions, Popia and Bahia, achieved 100% of their target, as well as the legal services. We missed 1 target in the education and communications division and 2 targets in the support services. If we move to the next slide, Chairperson, I will just take you through how the performances I've just highlighted was achieved. We were dealing with complaints that we received and we investigated. We categorized them into 2. Under Popia, there were complex complaints. We achieved 51% of our complex complaints against a target of 50. And on simple complaints, we had resolved that we will investigate and resolve all our complaints. So we achieved 100% of our simple complaints against our target of 100%. We also approved the compliance and monitoring framework for the enforcement committee. Chairperson, we targeted 4 responsible parties for monitoring on compliance with Popia, and all 4 of them were visited and were monitored. If you move to the next slide, Chair, we also received 2 codes of conduct, which we finalized within 13 weeks from the date of receipt. We also completed 100% of our application for prior authorization. We also completed the application for exemptions, 100% of them. We also register information officers and deputy information officers as prescribed in Popia, and all the applications we have received during the year under review were completed, and therefore we achieved 100%. In the next slide, Chairperson, we had the rules of procedure relating to the manner in which any Popia matters or Popia complaints must be referred and handled by the enforcement committee. That was approved. So that's the performance of Popia division. If you move to Bahia, Chairperson, we also have simple complaints and complex complaints under Bahia as well, where 100% of complex complaints were received, investigated, and finalized. 100% of simple complaints were received, investigated, and resolved. The same as in Popia, the rules of procedure relating to the manner in which any Bahia matter or Bahia complaint must be referred to was implemented and was approved and implemented. Chair, in terms of Bahia, we targeted 96 public bodies and private bodies for monitoring and compliance, and all of them were visited by the regulator, and we have finalized their reports. We also achieved the compliance monitoring framework by the regulator, which will help the regulator in encouraging and ensuring monitoring of Bahia, Chairperson. Under Education and Communications, Chairperson, we conducted a public opinion survey on the awareness of both Popia and Bahia, and our target was we'll produce a report indicating 5% of awareness about the right to privacy and about the right to access to information. I can report, Chairperson, that the report indicated way above 5% of the sampled population in both Popoya and Bahia. I think in the report, it's almost 51% of sampled right to privacy, people who are aware, and then 19% in Popoya. So we have achieved that, Chairperson. We're also required to provide training to promote the protection of personal information. To this effect, we achieved 11 training programs. We went out to undertake 11 training programs against a target of 7. And we also are required to promote same training to Bahia. And there we achieved 10 against a target of 7. Chairperson, we are also required to make public awareness to communities, to inform them of their rights as are contained in the 2 pieces of legislation. We've gone to 37 communities against a target of 34. We've also had stakeholder engagement with different stakeholders in this area of our work. And we have overachieved 54 stakeholder sessions against a target of 48. Chairperson, in terms of international cooperation, as you would know that our 2 pieces of legislation are also implemented internationally. And as a result, we are bound to have international relations with bodies like ourselves internationally. We targeted 8 international cooperations programs, and we achieved 14 of them. Where we missed the target, Chairperson, is where we were undertaking a research project on the use of CCTV cameras. Because of our plans to do it in-house, and because of capacity problems, we had to reprioritize the budget to outsource it later on in the financial year. And as a result, there's not being achieved. And that's the one target we missed under education and communications. If we move to program, which is legal services, Chairperson, we in legal services, we provide legal opinions, we vet contracts, we do litigation matters. And in all of these, Chairperson, we have achieved 100% of the request we received from within the organization. But we're also required to examine legislation in terms of the Act. And we had targeted 6 proposed relevant legislation for examination and submission to the Minister of Justice. We have achieved those 6 reports, and they were submitted to the Minister. And then in corporate services, where we provide support to the organization, we had planned to implement our human resources plan, which would have a whole number of activities that we implement that deal with recruitment and a whole number of things. In terms of that plan, we had planned to achieve 80% of our activities, and we overachieved by 9%. We achieved 89% of our activities. Chairperson, you would know that the norm in the public service in terms of vacancy rate is 10% or less. During this period of reporting, our vacancy rate stood at 5.7%, which is less than the norm that is in the public service. We want to bring it to a very low vacancy rate because of the size of our organization. We are quite a small organization, so every post counts for us. So we will try and bring it down, but we achieved far below the target. I mean, far above the target, because it should be less. We have an ICT plan, Chair, to support our business, and this ICT plan has got a number of activities. We had targeted 80% of our activities, and we achieved 86% of those activities. We also, in terms of supporting the business, Chairperson, we have our record management plan, you'd know, Chairperson and members, honorable members, that records play a major role in the work that we do. So we had come with a record management plan, and we targeted 16 activities in that plan, and those activities were achieved. Chairperson, we, as a regulator, as a new organization, relatively new organization, we also had to procure facilities where we will do our work. And to this effect, we had to put together a facilities management plan. And this plan was approved, and we implemented it by adding a floor to where we are based at Braamfontein. And that's one of our achievements, Chair. Where we missed a target under corporate services, Chair, is where we expected to report on technological changes that affect the protection of personal information, and we needed to do research in that regard. That we missed, Chair, but the research has since been completed after the financial year end, but we did not achieve by the 31st of March of the last financial year. Lastly, Chair, we provide support in terms of finance. In the next slide, and Chair, we had planned that we must elevate finance to strategic level, because without spending our budget, we will be unable to achieve our targets. And we had planned to spend 95% of our allocated budget on goods and services, machinery and equipment. We missed that target by 4%, Chairperson. We achieved 91% of our budget on the goods and services, machinery and equipment. And because of the reprioritization that we needed to do, Chairperson, on the budget, when we realized that the complaints management system was not going to be paid for in time because of the delay we encountered at SETA, we had to reprioritize the budget that was set aside for the complaints management system. And that pushed our target on procurement to 124% against a target of 94%. That was as a result of having to procure items of smaller values. And that's why they would increase your procurement plan to that number of 124%. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to hand over to the CFO to take the meeting through our financial position.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Continue.
Honorable members of the committee, Chair of the Regulator, CEO, and the colleagues on the call. The expenditure of the regulator, I'm not sure if it's visible from your side, Chair.
Yes, it's visible. It's visible.
Okay, with regards to the expenditure of the regulator, the actual expenditure on all the items of the regulator, if you take the budget of the regulator of 100 million, we were able to spend at least 88% of our budget. And then in terms of the actual expenditure of compensation of employees, we were able to spend about, Chair, from my side, if I may apologize, I cannot see the slides. I'm not sure if the colleagues can assist.
Yes, can we give you that time to sort that issue? Can you assist those who are supposed to?
Sorry, Chair, the slides are on, Chair, unless I'm only seeing them on my side.
I can also see something from my side, expenditure report.
Yes, so even on my side, this Pensitlakula, I can see the report. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Chair, then it means the problem is only on my side. I'm going to try and open it from my own presentation. My apologies, Chair, for wasting the committee's time. Chair, may I request to exit the meeting and maybe come back?
No problem. I'm not sure if maybe whilst we're having that problem, can we give another presenter, because we still have how many? Two, or two of you. Unless you've sorted it, because I can see something is moving now.
Chair, no, I think I will assist with sharing the presentation from this side so that we save time.
Okay.
I think the problem is with Omis Azulu, Mr. Raman, not the screen. It's on her side, network issues. Unless she can see the screen right now.
Chair, I can see the screen. The unfortunate part is the reading part. So which is why I need to open my own document on this side so that I can be able to go through the presentation. But for saving time, Chair, may I request Mr. Nemasisi to start so that I can just come after him quickly? My apologies.
May I deal with the expenditure report, Chair, through you?
No, no problem. You can do that.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of our expenditure report, Chair,
Ms. Sondi can continue sharing.
Where are we now?
We are on slide 30.
Okay.
But there's no, they haven't shared the screen, at least from my side, I can't see it. I don't know what happened. Disappeared. Oh,
me too.
It's back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The expenditure report for the financial year as at 31 March 2023 indicates that we spent 88 million of our budget, and it's broken down into 89% of compensation of employees, 94% of goods and services. On household and payments, 289. This normally deals with when people resign, you have to pay them gratuities, and this you can't plan for because people resign, throughout the financial year. So you have no control over this, but it's not that big an amount, but you are then pushed to this percentage. On machinery and equipment, Chair, we spent 32% of our budget, and on software and intangibles, 100% of our budget, and on transfers, Chair, we spend 50% of our budget. If you move to the next slide, Chairperson, we are stating the reasons for under expenditure. We underspent our budget by 7.8 million, or 11% on compensation of employees. This was due to delays in the appointment of employees during the first quarter of the financial year. We will be dealing with this, Chair, as time goes on, but we've made good progress in terms of bringing people into the organization. The other under expenditure, Chairperson, came from goods and services, where I reported in my presentation that there was that underachievement in terms of underachieving our budget by 4%. The reason was Firstly, there was a delay with the complaints management system, which you could not pay because it was the invoice was submitted late, and that impacted on our budget, Chair. If we move to the next slide, Chairperson, we are just making a comparison between what we spent in the last financial year vis-a-vis what we spent this financial year. If you look at the bottom part of the totals there, Chair, in the current financial year, we received 100 million of the budget. In the last financial year, it was 87 million of the budget. But if you look at expenditures improved to 88 million as compared to 66 in the financial year before the one under review. We overall returned 11 million to Treasury as under expenditure. In the last financial year, we returned 20 million, Chair. I'll end there, Chair, but I just wanted to give this as a comparison between the different financial years. We'll hand over to Mr. Namasis, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CEO, and good afternoon to Honorable Member, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members. If we can go to slide number 34. Sorry, I think it's not 34. Yes, thank you so much. So, Honorable Chair, the regulator does have an additional mandate in terms of which we are required to collect statistics from public bodies, wherein they will indicate to us how they have processed the request for access to information. And we also require to collect statistics also from the private bodies, where we also monitor as to how do they process the request for access to information which we receive. Our mandate does not end there, Chair, Honorable Chair and members. We also required to receive a report from the public protector, and the public protector is supposed to provide us a report that relates to the number of complaints which the public protector received and investigated, which complaints relate to the right conferred or duty imposed by PAI. In other words, where the public protector would have investigated a complaint related to the request for access to information. And in that report, the public protector is supposed to provide the regulator with the number of those complaints, the nature of the complaints that they process, which relate to PAIA, as well as the outcome of those complaints. After receiving those reports, Chair, from the public body, from the private bodies, and from the public protector, we then report to Parliament, as we are doing now. However, Chair, in terms of the report from the public protector, in this financial year, the public protector did not submit the report. Even after we have attempted several times, emails and correspondence, we did not receive any report from the public protector. So the report that we are presenting now will obviously exclude the report that we should be providing the Parliament on regarding what the public protector have been investigating. Can go to the next slide. So in terms of the public body, the number of public body which submitted reports to the information regulator is very low, Honorable Chairperson. We only receive reports from only 195 public bodies. But the number of complaints received by those public bodies, requests that have been submitted is about 80,556, and the number of requests that has been granted, it's about 46,833. That represent about 56% of the request that has been submitted and which have been granted. But in terms of the private bodies, the number of private bodies that have submitted, it's significantly very high. We were very happy with the number, with the response from the private body, especially because it is not compulsory for them to submit those statistics. But the number of response private body was it's exciting, because about 20,200 private bodies have submitted their statistics to the regulator. And in terms of the statistics from those 20,000 bodies that are submitted, they indicated that about 40,974 requests for access to information were submitted to the private bodies, and 32,000 of those requests access has been granted. The overall statistics is that in total from the public and private bodies, over 121,000 requests for access to information were submitted to public and private bodies, and 79,800 of those requests access has been granted. This is quite a big performance in terms of giving effect to the right of constitutional right of access to information. Can move to the next slide. The breakdown of the performance by public body to comply with their mandate to submit statistics to the information regulator in terms of section 32, it's as follows. As I indicated earlier on, Honorable Chairperson, only 195 public body have responded. We are now reporting to Parliament as to how they have performed in terms of compliance with the obligation. The national departments, we're expecting about 42 reports from the national departments, Honorable Chairperson and members, and only 23 of those national departments have complied with the obligation, which corresponds to about 55%. In terms of the provincial department, we're expecting about 108 provincial department to submit their reports to the regulator. 107 out of 107, we only received 66 report from only 66 provincial department have submitted their report, and that corresponds to 61% of compliance by the provincial department. In terms of municipality, it was worse in terms of compliance. The municipality do not comply at all. We were expecting about 257 municipalities to submit their statistics to the regulator so that we can report to Parliament, but only 36 municipalities have submitted their report, and that corresponds to only 14% of compliance. But in terms of the constitutional institution, in this regard, Chair, Honorable Chair and members, we including the information regulator, we were expecting 11 constitutional institutions to submit their report to the information regulator, and only 6 constitutional institutions, including the regulator, submitted the statistics, and that corresponds to about 55%. In terms of major public entities, we were expecting 21 of those major public entities to submit their report, and only 10% have submitted, and that corresponds to 48%. National public entity, we've got 164 in the country. That's what we're expecting them to submit the report. Honorable Chairperson and members, only 20 of those 164 have complied with the obligation, and that corresponds to only 12% of the national public entity that have complied. We also have the national government business entities. We're expecting about 21 of those entities to comply with the obligation, but we receive only 6 reports. Only 6 of those business entities have submitted, which correspond to 28%. And in terms of provincial public entities, we were expecting 57 of those bodies to submit their report, and only 8 of those bodies have submitted, which corresponds to only 14% compliance. The provincial business entities, it's 19 of them in the country. We are expecting 19 to submit, but only 7 have complied, and 36, that corresponds to 36%. In terms of universities, we have got 26 public universities, which we expected them to comply. Only 13 universities have submitted their report. That corresponds to 50% of compliance. We also have about 50 TVET colleges. None of the TVET colleges have submitted their report. In total, Honorable Chairperson and members, the information regulator was expecting at least 775 bodies to comply with the obligation in terms of Section 32, so that we can report to Parliament, but only 195 have complied. In overall percentage of compliance by the public body, it's only 25%. So that concludes the report in terms of the statistics on access to information. Through you, Chairperson, I'll hand over to the CEO. Thank you.
CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we are done with our presentation, Chair. We will hand over to you, Honorable Chair, to respond to questions that members may have. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Is there anything maybe Ms. Zulu would want to say before we call the members to come up with questions? Because he wanted to say something, or was he just putting the presentation on the screen?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, I think the CEO has covered my report, Chair. There's nothing to add from my side. And my sincere apologies for the glitches.
No problem. No problem. Members, any questions? Honorable Brittenbach, followed by Honorable Nieuwoud Rachel, and then lastly, Honorable Horn. Over to you,
Thank you, Honorable Secretary, and good afternoon to everybody. I may have missed it, so I want to know how many fire matters were handled, the number dealt with, and then depending on what the answer is to that, I may have more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Followed by Honorable Nieuwoud Rachel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the independent of the information regulator for your presentation. I just wanted to make sure the number percentage 289 is that correct? I'm quite shocked that it's such a high percentage, more than 100%. So I just wanted to make sure if that is the correct number. Then secondly, for all the reports, why is the number so low, especially from public institutions? Why is there such a low number? What is the IR doing to encourage the public organizations to submit their reports? And then, okay, the information regulator, public awareness that the information regulator is doing. Maybe we do need more public awareness, or so that the public can understand both the access to information as well as the protection of personal information. I don't think there's enough awareness that's going out, and at the same time, awareness to people with disabilities. We also need more awareness raising in that department. I would like an update of the staff retention policy. Is it still in a draft process, or is it staff, and then also the appointment meeting the 2% target of people with disabilities? Can it be done in terms of the appointments, or has it been done, or can it be done or not? And I think that I have covered all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nieuwoud Rachel. Can I give to Honorable Horn?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Two questions from my side. The Honorable Nieuwoud Rachel has referred to the very low percentage of public entities that has filed their annual reports or their reports with the information regulator. For us to understand this, can we maybe just be informed as to whether, I want to say, reminders were sent out? It's of course not strictly necessary, but maybe just to form a better understanding of the failure to file, what steps were taken to remind these bodies of public entities and bodies. And then secondly, what remedial action will now be taken for the failure to file? So that's on that issue. Then Ms. Tlakula in her opening remarks referred to and I my apologies, I didn't at the time dot it down, but what it boils down to is an additional unit to basically, as I understand it, deal with false or mis or disinformation, which of course would be very important for this country, specifically in the run-up to the election. So if we can get some further detail as to the timeframes envisaged for the establishment of this unit and what the role would be of this unit. Is it to be reactive in nature, or is it planning to also assist the general population with by empowering them to also be able to scrutinize any information that is available, maybe pointing out some typical characteristics of mis and disinformation, and really empowering the public to be able to also distinguish between credible and less reliable information. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Horn. On my side, let me switch this thing. On my side, I just have one or two. In fact, in addition to the report submitted, I think, yes, I will hear about the action maybe that the team is going to come up with to improve these statistics, as the honorable members have indicated. But also, I wanted to find out that, does the Act need to be amended, maybe to enhance compliance in regard to that? Because it cannot be that that area is left without attended to a point that next time when we come, we still talk about the same issue again, where the reports are not submitted. We have a reduction of the number of those reports. But also the other one, it is the issue of under expenditure. The CEO team was just indicating that there's an under expenditure. I picked up, and also on the delays of employment. Yes, you will take care of that. But on this target of goods and services, the delay in terms of the payment of invoices, I think the team will have to give us information as to what is done, what is going to be done in terms of making sure that this does not happen in future. Any consequence management in this area, because there must be reasons. It can't be that we are going to allow that the invoice where there was payment of a delay on the payment of invoices. There must be a better reason on that regard. So I think those are the issues that we must emphasize on. Noting the achievement on those targets, it is very important. Without waste of time, I'm just going to give the team to respond on those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Namasisi will handle all the questions relating to the low reporting under Section 84 of CAIA, a number of questions in that regard. And then the public awareness issues, Mr. Dimba will report on that. Ms. Shube will report on update on staff retention and employment of 2% of people with disabilities. And then I'll respond to the question relating to the unit and disinformation. And the under expenditure and the reasons and the remedial action, Ms. Zulu will report. The other questions of Honorable Horn, also the low percentage of reporting by public entities, remedial action, and the questions by the Honorable Chairperson regarding action to be taken and whether the act has to be amended. I think between the CEO and Mr. Nemasisi, they will respond to those questions. I think, Honorable Horn, the unit that I spoke about was the security compromise unit, and that's the unit that will deal with data breaches. I did not talk about disinformation and misinformation, and I think where this matter arose was at the meeting that was organized by the University of Pretoria with the South African Human Rights Commission, the IEC, and the Information Regulator on access to information and elections. It is at that meeting where I indicated that PAIA, because PAIA applies to private and public bodies, nothing prevents any South African from requesting access to information from digital platforms on how they deal with disinformation and misinformation in the run-up to elections. And that if the requester does not receive that information, then that requester can submit a complaint to the information regulator. The information regulator itself has no project in place to deal with disinformation, misinformation vis-a-vis access to information. We don't have such a project in place. Thank you very much. And then I'll allow the other colleagues to respond to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start from my side. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The first question was with regard to the number of complaints received by the PAIA division that's relating to the access to information. And for our year under review, we received a total of 362 complaints and only 18 complaints by the 30th of September have not been finalized. The investigation is at an advanced stage. In the last 2 weeks, I think about 8 complaints were finalized. The last time I counted, we were left with only 10 from the previous financial year. Our turnaround time in terms of resolving complaints that are going for investigation, it's about 12 months. So all those complaints are still within the period of 12 months, but the majority of the complaints that we have resolved them through alternative dispute resolution, conciliation, and mediation process, where within 3 months, we resolve most of the complaints with us. In the year under review, we did issue 3 investigation reports, which were finalized and referred to the enforcement committee in the year under review. So that's the performance in terms of the PAIA division. So obviously, high number of complaints are actually resolved through alternative dispute resolution. There was a question again regarding the public body non-compliance with the obligation to submit statistics so that the regulator can monitor how the right of access to information is being exercised, and also for Parliament to be aware of how this constitutional right is being exercised, because we are required to report to Parliament on those statistics. We have got a portal in which these statistics are submitted through the portal, which is much user-friendly. It takes less than 10 minutes to do so. But there's general non-compliance by public body. If private bodies, 20,000 of private bodies can submit their statistics and it's on the portal, there should not be any reason why public body cannot be able to submit. And the total that we expected was just over 700, and only 25% of those complied. So there's general non-compliance by public body. In terms of what process do we follow, we issue a notice on the 1st of each April. Normally, 1st April, we'll issue a notification inviting the public and private bodies that the portal is live. You can now submit your information. The EDCOM also assists in that regard in terms of using the social media to make the campaign and people become aware of what the public and private body can now submit the statistics. What we have done in terms of remedial action in the second quarter of this financial year, when we assess the public and bodies, we included the assessment of the previous financial year to check why didn't you submit, and reports are issued with the recommendation that they must ensure that going forward they comply with the obligation in terms of Section 35. So we have assessed the provincial and the national bodies, and part of the assessment is assess their non-compliance Section 32. So that's part of the remedial action that we have. But I think EDUCOM will do another campaign. We'll see if we can do the media statement immediately when the portal is open to ensure that the level of compliance is increased. They also non-compliance by the public protector. In the previous financial year, they complied and submitted the report to us and were able to report. But the chairperson of the regulator, we are arranging a meeting with the Office of the Public Protector so that the chairperson of the regulator can meet with the public protector to discuss how the public protector should comply with its obligation in terms of Section 83 to submit those reports to us, for us also to ensure that we are able to report to Parliament. There was a question from the Honorable Chairperson about whether there's a need to amend PAIA. Indeed, Honorable Chairperson, there is a need to amend PAIA. I'll give one practical example, that if we issue a notice that we want to assess a public or private body, and the public and private body decided not to, they do not want to be assessed, we do not have power under PAIA as it is to issue the subpoena or to even use the process of search and seizure. Those processes are only provided for under conducting an investigation, but under conducting an assessment, there's no provision under the Act that empowers the regulator to do so. That obviously put the regulator in a disadvantaged stage that we cannot be able to regulate where we have no enforcement power. So those are one of the issues that we are looking at when the amendment is being initiated, to ensure that we have got sufficient power for us to be able to conduct an investigation. Those are the questions that I was able to identify from the PAIA division. I'll hand over to the other colleagues. Thank you, Chair.
I think in addition to what Mr. Nemasisi has said, Honorable Chairperson and members, we have decided that we have to target organized groups like SALGA for compliance by municipalities, and FOSAT, which is a forum of DGs, together with a premier fora, so that we can then inform them about our work and the challenges that we are meeting. The only challenge is that to get those meetings as well, and it's a lot of follow-up because the responses are normally hard to come by. But with that, can Mr. Dimba please take the questions that were directed at EDUCOM?
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope my audio is fine. First, let me start off by greeting the honorable members, honorable chair of the committee. Honorable Nuvo Drushan is quite correct that there is still more that needs to be done in terms of raising public awareness. And it is that recognition that made the regulator initiate a program that we call the Dikopano program. It's essentially a series of roadshows wherein we take members of the regulators, senior executives, and members of staff into some of the most remote areas of the country to bring the message on PAIA and POPIA, the right of access to information and the right to privacy, to where people would not ordinarily be exposed to those kinds of messages. So far, we've taken the program to KwaZulu-Natal, to Mpumalanga Province, Limpopo Province, Gauteng. In November, we're going to be traveling on to the Eastern Cape. We try during these engagements to really link the issue of access to information and protection of personal information to people's ordinary concerns, daily concerns, your bread and butter issues, where we link how these two rights can be used as part of solutions towards socioeconomic justice. In 2022, we published a number of documents, key documents of the regulator, such as our PAIA manuals, such as our PAIA training manuals in Braille. That was intended to serve the needs of the communities that are partially sighted or have other similar disabilities. In 2023, we launched a series of YouTube clips where we're trying to explain the work of the regulator and the importance of these rights. All of them are sign language produced, and it's really intended to ensure that we reach out as much as possible to communities that would be limited in accessing information that we have through normal channels. We're going to continue with this program in this financial year, where we're going to be producing a series of cartoons, again, specifically targeting disabled communities and groups. It's also coming out of some of the findings that we got out of the public opinion surveys, where we were asking the public how they would want to receive more information about the work of the regulator and these two rights. So a lot of the findings from those surveys are now feeding into our design of public communication and messages, as well as training materials. Just the issue of the low submission of Section 32 reports, we have reached out to the Department of Higher Education and Training to try and see what we can do to assist in terms of capacity building among TVET colleges, because that rate of 0% reporting is quite stark. So we're now engaging with the department so that we can firstly address the college principals and to alert them to their compliance obligations, but also to offer very in-depth training workshops for the officials and implementers in the TVET colleges. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Ms. Shube, and then either Ms. Zulu or the CEO on goods and services delay in payment of invoices.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson of the committee and honorable members of the committee and the members of the regulator and the Chairperson, as well as colleagues. I'm going to report on the staff turnover in the regulator. In the previous financial year, when we reported, our staff turnover rate was very high. We have since seen a reduction of the rate. We recently compared the staff turnover rate with the second quarter in the previous financial year and the current second quarter in this year. And we have seen that in the previous financial year at this time, the vacancy rate was at, the staff turnover rate was at 14%. As at the end of the second quarter in the current financial year, the staff turnover rate is at 4%. So we have seen a reduction of 10% on the staff turnover rate. And we attribute this to a number of interventions that we have implemented since we decided to put a plan to turn the situation around. We conducted an organizational climate survey in the third quarter of the previous financial year. And we developed an action plan to address the recommendations from the survey itself, which we are implementing and monitoring on quarterly basis. We have also implemented an employee health and wellness program, which deals with the number of aspects of employees to ensure that their health and well-being in the organization are taken care of.
We have also implemented training programs to develop our managerial skills. Employees at managerial level are attending EDP and MMDP programs, as management and middle management development programs, as well as job-related training that we are implementing. We have also introduced the Excellence Awards. For those employees that are performing well, we recognize the contribution that they are making in the organization. Moreover, we also expose our employees to more growth and learning opportunities through attending of conferences and seminars locally and internationally. With regards to the employment of people with disability, we are struggling there. Our approach is that when we advertise, we also send the advert to organizations that represent people living with disabilities. Looking at our numbers in the regulator, for us, because we have an employment equity plan, which we have recently approved, our target for now is at least we need one employee to be at least at 1%. We aspire to be at 2% in the next financial year. So we are struggling to recruit people in that regard, though we do try to reach out to those organizations and give them the adverts. But we are working on it. We hope that the situation will really improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I may. Honorable Chair.
Yes, proceed.
Okay, with regards to the underspending that was alluded to by the CEO, he indicated that in the previous financial year, which was 2022-21, the underspending was at 24%. So we have managed to reduce that to 11.6%. So which means it's more than 50% of deduction of the underspending. And he indicated that we had committed our funds on our complaints management system. So when we realized that there were delays in the complaints management system, we prioritized our budgets around the last quarter of the financial year so that we could make good of what the saving was. So what the CEO was alluding to is that the invoice arrived in the last 2 days of the financial year. So we couldn't have been able to pay it. Hence, we had an underspending of that 11.6%. It came after we had already reprioritized the funds to our other commitments that were not initially funded. I think he did indicate earlier on that there was research that was meant to be done internally, but because it wasn't funded, then we reprioritized the funds. So hence, it couldn't be done because we reprioritized at the last quarter. So all our invoices, Chair, are paid within 30 days. In fact, we pay them, the turnaround time with the regulator is 14 days. There are no invoices that are paid later than that. So I think the issue of the invoice was just with regards to explaining why our SETA invoice was paid actually late. It was that reprioritization. Then it changed the whole picture of our expenditure. But we've improved subsequently to the previous year, where we were at 24% and now we're at 11.6%. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we still have anyone, Advocate Pansy, to respond to anything? Except if there's no one, we'll give it to you, maybe to close.
No, Chair, thank you very much. We have responded to all the questions that were put to us. So we will hand over to you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. I think in the absence of any follow-up questions, I just want to know for Advocate Pensy to note that this is the time where our term as a committee is about to end, and there are issues like that have been raised that you have responded to. For instance, the issue of reinforcing your mechanism to enhance your awareness campaign in relation to your work, and also the issue of amending the Act in particular on to cover the areas of compliance, because as you can't do your work and come up with challenges, and you are not in a position to put some enforcement in relation to compliance. So people will do as they wish. Maybe those are the issues that you'll have to look into, and then you will make a submission later so that they can be incorporated to the handover report that the committee is working on, so that the next committee may also look into those issues, particularly this one of compliance. I think you will indicate later maybe to us how or would you would like to approach that one or follow it up, and then it is also included in our handover report. So, but in the absence of any question or any addition, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, Advocate Pensy Kakula and the team.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to you and all the honorable members, and thank you and good night.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.